What is up, everybody? How are y'all doing on this fabulous Friday evening? I'm here with my friend GCD.
I made a double scoop energy drink for nothing.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right before the stream starts. Zeke said, Zeke needed us to get the game finished tonight originally, and he's like, "Oh, actually, my plan that I had, that I needed to have my schedule clear for, it's actually the 22nd, not the 20th." And I'm like, "Oh, come on! I made the double shot for nothing."
Yeah, like he said, I originally had plans. I thought that my brother came in on the 20th on Friday, but he comes in that following Sunday. So I was like, I told him last week, like, this might be the last one. So we'll figure it out.
It better be the last one. I don't make double shot energy drinks for nothing.
Hope you don't get a sudden chest pain from that. It really depends. If it's not, like, I know some people, is it like a energy shot type deal that you've dealt with in the past?
Well, I can tell you it's like, it's not like a monster. It's a gamer subs. I've spoken about them to you before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know them.
Yeah, they've not given me, their energy drinks have not given me any problems as far as I can recall. Probably because I've never done like a double shot before.
Mm-hmm.
Like a double scoop, I should say.
Right.
But I've been drinking them for a long time, so I guess we'll see how this goes.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to, like, when it comes to like caffeine and caffeine sources, it's just how your body handles the caffeine source itself.
I can tell you the first time I had something with caffeine in it was vastly different from the 300th time.
Oh, really?
Did you know they have a Miku one on Gamer Subs? Really? Okay, I gotta look this up. This sounds hilarious.
The Miku flavor.
Gamer Subs. I feel like they're too small of a company to have a Miku flavor, though. How'd they do that? Oh, well, they got this line of cups. It's like waifu cups.
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
Shall we say scantily clad anime ladies?
Yeah, isn't all Gamer Sub products basically like the beach episodes of anime?
That's what some of it looks like. Yeah, they've done a lot of sponsorships with VTubers. They actually have a Jujutsu Kaisen flavor. Okay, all right, never mind. Maybe this company's a lot bigger than I realized. And yeah, actually, I was just pulling up their website, and one of their tubs is it's an anime girl, and she's showing her cleavage. Anyway, I gotta see if I can find this Miku flavor.
One or two cups of coffee is fine for everyone to handle, but no one can handle more than 2 energy drinks. I believe they like the recommended amount of caffeine is, I think, 400 milligrams of caffeine per day is basically considered a good amount. Yeah, I think most energy drinks land somewhere in the 150 to 200 range. So you really shouldn't be drinking more than 2. But as long as you're not doing it, as long as you're not like shooting them down every single day, you should be fine. Everything in moderation.
I'm not finding this Miku flavor. Let me try. I'll just do a general search. Gamer.
Apparently, Woolie's saying it might be discontinued.
Gamer Subs connection to Gamer Subs partner with the creator to produce Hatsune Miku themed animation video. Oh, well, it looks like one of their waifu cups might have been a Miku one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it wasn't a flavor or anything.
Oh, so it's just one of the cup type. That's still pretty impressive. They had a partnership with the company behind Miku. That's really cool. What's up, Jordan? Hello, Anthony. Hello, RGX. Hello, 13 Lions. And then over on the Twitch side of things, hello, Wooly. Welcome to the stream. All right. Never had a monster, but my brother and dad really like them. I remember once when white monsters were being handed out by McDonald's. Really? Oh, I remember, like in college campuses and stuff like that. Like my college, they had Monster Girls handing out like Monster Energy drinks.
Don't drink Monster.
My I think my mom and my sister they drink it on occasion. I'm more of a Celsius Energy type of guy.
Okay, he's saying it was G Fuel. Okay, now let me look this up. G Fuel Hatsune Miku. I've had G Fuel before. It sucked.
Oh, really? No, not good?
Not good. G Fuel X Hatsune Miku. Collector's box.
Oh, it's still a thing?
Oh, is it? Can I notify? Oh, notify me when available. They might bring it back? I don't know. Freaking G Fuel sucks, though.
Today's last
maybe
day
I
of
tried
classes.
just for the hell of it.
Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Congrats on being free. All right.
Okay, looks like the Miku flavor is still available.
What is the flavor of it?
It's okay. I'll read it. Hatsune Miku G Fuel Energy Formula Miku Sweet Melodies Rock Candy.
Interesting. I mean, it makes sense. I would have thought it would have been like melon or something like a teal color that melon kind of comes to mind. But no, rock candy makes a lot of sense.
I'll keep that tabbed. I'll decide if I actually want to go through with this later or not.
Unless I know it's going to be a long day. I drink, like I said, I do drink energy drinks. I do drink, like Celsius is the one I prefer because I like, it doesn't leave me crashing or anything like that. Although I've, and that's like Monster and Red Bull kind of gave me that feeling. I never really liked the feeling of it.
I've never liked Monster or Red Bull.
I remember drinking, trying a Monster. Like I think my brother was drinking it and thinking it tasted like gasoline or something.
Actually, yeah, that sounds about right for Red Bull.
No, it was Monster. Red Bull. I didn't have
Monster
Red Bull
might
all
as well
that
be
often.
gasoline.
It probably kind of is. Let's just be real. It smells like it too. What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception?
Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it.
Wow, 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? Wonder how much that must have cost them.
I have no idea.
Athena, this is Boeing. They don't care.
But if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know.
Companies need to stop making limited flavors. I know, right? They do it because they prey on FOMO. People are afraid of missing out on that flavor, so they go in
FOMO?
drones. Fear of missing out.
Ah. Still, if you got the money, it's pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me.
You got that right. I'm sure I would have been completely fooled.
Hi, I'm back.
Hey, Maya. Are you all set to go?
Yep. Ready when you are.
I feel like my voice got deeper since we played the first Ace Attorney game, so Maya's voice is harder to do these days.
Oh no.
So, what should we start with?
Let's see. Let's start with reviewing what we learned at the trial. Perfect chance to examine Charlie with Maya here. That's true.
Let's do it.
What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually all true.
So what really matters right now is... The identity of the mysterious person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked.
So, who is this mystery person?
That's a $1 million question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is the key.
I think I'll take toilets for 200 instead, Mr. Wright.
Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. And we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was, too, so that's good.
The Butler. You mean the groom, Sorin Sprockets, right?
Exactly. He might know something that could help us out.
Never mind, it was not the Butler. So then, what am I doing here? Oh, Larry. I'm a really busy man, you know.
I bet you are. Maya sounded so much like your voice of Callie in Splatoon yesterday, GCD. I can only do so many female-type voices. I've got the mature type.
I've got the hyper type. And I've got the little kid type I do for Pearl.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all you can get out of me. I can maybe do some in-betweens.
That's more than I can.
Well, all the people involved are Sorin's family members. So I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. Even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth.
Did Larry get those glasses from Emma? I mean, probably.
You've known this man for over 20 years, Phoenix. You should know better than anyone to not trust anything that comes out of his mouth.
Oh, man. I have a really tight schedule, but... Aw, heck. What are friends for, right? Okay, pal. Go ahead and ask me anything.
You do remember it was you who came to help me... You do remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? No.
Bro thinks he's Dr. Seuss.
It's Charlie! His branches are as handsome as ever.
Charlie seems happy to see you too, Maya. His leaves are greener than usual today.
Well, he looks super healthy.
We always make sure he's watered and well cared for. And by we, I mean Athena and Trucy. Charlie's a strong plant. I don't know a house plant that can live for, what is it, over 10 years?
10 years? Yeah, over 10 years is pretty impressive. I think my mom has had a plant for... You know, I think actually she's had a avocado plant for 3 years. Longest house plant she's had was I think 5 years.
I want to go over exactly what happened when, what is he saying? I want to go over exactly what happened when before I step outside the I want to go over exactly what happened when before I step outside this office again. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head?
If I gotta.
Okay. So, the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in the cabin. It was awful, I tell you.
Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after this first reception at around 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury.
I'm trying to figure out what a caption for this.
It's like, that's it. Give me your phone.
Ganondorf side B be like.
GCD when he finds Larry. Your reproductive privileges are being revoked. He forced her out onto the Vista deck, and was just about to kill her.
But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. To cover up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy is claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it.
The key point here is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious sulking around that day?
Nope, not a soul. Because I was locked up in the cabin at the time.
But you managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then?
Nope, the place was completely deserted. I guess 'cause that Pierce Butler had everyone gathered together somewhere.
That makes sense. You must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly, the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything ready fast, and had that second reception soon after that.
Then, after the second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And, as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern I brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened!
We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. We'll just have to look into it, along with the identity of that mystery person.
You wonder what would have happened right now if Larry stayed with even one of the dates he had before? I think the closest one he ever had to like who actually liked him was the first case with the model.
Yeah, but at the same time, she was playing him for a fool.
But at the same time, though, it was proven that she was carrying around the Thinker with her as her clock of choice when she was going to Paris.
Yeah, maybe she admired Larry a little bit, but at the same time, she was a hoe.
No, she was a model, dude.
And a hoe. Do you not remember the part about the sugar daddies?
I don't remember the sugar daddies, no.
That was used in the case to establish Larry's motive for murder.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
this chick was a cheating hoe who went around, had sugar daddies pay for everything, and they said Larry found out, got jealous, and killed her. That's why he was arrested in the first game.
Granted, that all was from...
That didn't happen.
Granted, that was all from Winston Payne as well, though, so we can kind of take that with a little bit of salt.
It's what the prosecution argued, though.
Yeah, but it's Winston Payne we're talking about here. It's not like it's Edgeworth.
What's the difference?
Winston Payne doesn't really know what he's doing.
He's doing well enough to actually get Larry file charges against him for murder.
I think he just was the one who came across the case. It wasn't like he had an out for Larry.
Fair enough. Still, this dude will never have women. So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin. Larry's such a cuck. No, a cuck is somebody who lets somebody else have sexual encounters with their life partner. Larry, I'll give Larry this. He's not exactly a cuck. He's just a loser.
Yeah?
Okay, there's one positive thing I can say about Larry. He's not a cuck.
I feel as if he feels that it will keep the relationship going, though, I feel as if he would allow it.
No. Larry, let me give you a piece of advice. If your partner asks, if your wife, woman asks to open the relationship, that relationship's done. She don't like you anymore. She don't want you anymore. Did you see anything unusual while you were in there?
In the cabin? Let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual.
Oh, right. That drawing of the pterodactyl you saw.
What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it. I swear.
But Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened.
Does that mean pterodactyls actually exist? Like right now, Nick?
Not anymore, they don't.
Then it's either the time travel happened or there's pterodactyls. You can't have both, Nick.
Can I have a friend who's not totally brain dead?
I don't know. We could look for another one for you.
Yeah, let's do that, Larry. Which means you couldn't have seen the real pterodactyl flying through the sky.
Oh. Are you doubting the eyes of the super popular picture book Arthur?
No, I'm just sure you saw something else. And mistook it for a flying reptile.
Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. I love how we had to add an update that something he probably said it was a pterodactyl.
You gotta look at the art channel of your server real fast.
Okay, let's see this. I remember him working on this. This is perfect. Or at least hearing he was working on it. That is absolutely perfection.
I just imagine myself humming, so light 'em up, up, light 'em up, on fire.
This boy is on fire.
Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder.
That's right. And I could say that with every confidence. Oh, wow. Would you look at the time? I'd better go. I have a book signing to get to.
A book signing? Whose book?
Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. It's a Lawrence
Denham,
Lawrence Denham book signing.
I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one.
Of course not. They don't know I'm coming yet.
What?
He's just gonna set up a book signing at like a Barnes and Noble.
Yeah, that sounds like Larry.
Of course not. They're the ones coming around to beg me.
Looks like I guessed right.
Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, all right?
10? That's very generous of you.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. Just put them down as office expenses or something. Well, see ya.
Wait, Larry, we don't need... He's gone.
I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed.
Oh boy. Trucy's not gonna like this office expense.
You know what? A good way to pay it off? Have him pay it off. Have him do the fire trick.
The fire trick?
Yeah, remember she was trying to get Athena to do the fire trick?
Ah.
I mean, you already lit Larry on fire.
That's true. That could work.
There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick?
Right. So we should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen?
Sounds good, boss. I bet I could cheer her up.
I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? I'm on the run. Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall.
On me? Really?
Trucy's show is as important is an important source of income for our agency, you know. You can leave the case to us, so you go ahead and run along now.
Is Pearl died? No, Pearl's still around. They just don't have her in this case.
She's somewhere.
Boss!
Off you go, Athena.
No! I don't want to die!
And that's my problem. Why? We better get going too, Maya.
Okay.
All right, let's move out.
Moving out. Here we go again.
The cringe. I must clean it.
Get rid of the Larry traces. Oh, my poor sweet Sorin. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello, Ellen. Oh, Mr. Wright. What's going to happen with the trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. For whatever reason, I thought she was about to smash the window.
I'm busting out of here, Mr. Wright.
Do you think that person could be the real killer?
It's quite possible, and if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Sorin is right now?
He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening.
She ironed his boxers.
That's impressive.
I've seen pants get ironed. I've seen shirts get ironed. I think I've maybe even seen a coat get ironed. I've never seen anybody iron boxers.
Yeah, I don't. It's not a normal thing. You don't really like, since it's underwear. It doesn't matter if it's wrinkled.
I think I'd better go have a chat.
Oh, I thought you already just read that.
I think I'd better go have a chat with him later then. Why am I being treated as to a view of someone's underwear?
Mr. Wright, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Sorin?
Well, he is the one who masterminded the second reception after the time skip. So I thought he might be able to tell us something.
I think it's the thing to make it comfortable. Okay, fair. Like, undies coming straight out of the dryer do have a nice feeling to them.
They do.
How could you, Mr. Wright? You can't possibly think my sword would never kill anyone.
All right, just calm down.
No, not if you're accusing my Sorin.
Please, I'm not accusing anybody, so please put the pan and ladle down, all right?
Really?
Cross my heart. So for now, would you mind if I asked you a few more things about the case? I'd better be careful not to provoke her. People will bang a pan to wake someone up. Just like that one clip I see on the internet from time to time. It's some woman just banging 2 sheets of metal together. It's like, I don't get no sleep. I screwed that up. Let me try that again. I don't get no sleep because of y'all. Bang. Y'all ain't gonna sleep because of me. Bang. I love that clip.
Oh my gosh.
Could you tell me about Sorin?
There's nothing to tell. He's squeaky clean.
All right, okay. Maybe I should avoid the topic of Sorin right now. Let's talk about something else then.
Fine, but you won't hear a peep out of me about Sorin.
Talk about pulling teeth. Could you tell me about Pierce Nichity then?
Pierce. He came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago.
Oh, I was under the impression he was around for a while.
As the family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household.
Only a year ago? Did he have some kind of special connection with the family?
I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid.
It might have been Sorin. It might have been Sorin's. Oh, order. It might have been Sorin's order, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. He's the one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have quite a bit of authority in that family. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anybody gain that much influence in a single year?
I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it?
Is it really as simple as that?
I don't. There's something behind Pierce.
Something about it doesn't sound quite right. What you thought was time travel was really just a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. Pierce said Sorin was the one who ordered the whole thing.
I still can't believe it. Even if the second reception was fake. Sorin would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know?
I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change? But isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic?
I don't think so. After all, Sorin said real time travelers do exist.
Really now? You think he knows someone who actually traveled through time?
That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Sorin said as much. So I believe it.
Somebody who actually traveled through time, huh? It's pretty hard to believe.
Wouldn't time travel create different timelines? It all depends on the medium itself. Avengers took the idea as a like branching timelines, and then there's also the Back to the Future where it changes the past and future.
Thank you, Ellen. This is why I'll never delve into time travel with my stories. And if I do, it's gonna be only going one direction. You can only go forward in time. That's it. I ain't doing no going back in time stuff, because every time it happens, there's plot holes. Every time.
Have you heard of the grandfather paradox?
I have not explained.
What if you go back in time and you kill your grandfather?
Mm-hmm.
You just take out a gun and kill your grandfather. What happens?
Okay. It depends on whose logic you go by. If you go by the logic of, I don't know, name some other time travel out there. If you do that, then the time machine has already taken you outside of that flow of time. So therefore, nothing will happen to you. You just kind of exist. Or you go back to the future's logic and you vanish.
But then if you vanish, who killed your grandfather? Because if your grandfather died, your mother or father never was born, and then you were never born, and you never go into that time machine to go back in time to kill your grandfather. So which is it?
You see what I mean, people? Plot holes, plot holes. That's all you get with time travel. Yes, that's right. Please make sure you don't cause Sorin any trouble, okay? I'm afraid I can't promise you that.
What? Please, whatever you do, please don't upset my poor Sorin any further. I'm begging you.
Ma'am, I'm more worried about, concerning you.
I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble.
Oh, I couldn't bear it if Sorin ever came under suspicion.
Or if you step on a butterfly, you start the apocalypse. That is a separate but similar concept called a butterfly effect. The idea that a single butterfly's wing flapping can create a hurricane-like event somewhere in the future. It's called the butterfly effect because of a movie.
I'd rather be found guilty myself.
The One Piece is real.
Yikes! Ellen, please, don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Sorin to worry, do you?
Gotta get myself cleaned up, Helen. Put yourself back together.
No, you're right. And the flood waters recede once more.
So what do we do now, Nick?
Well, Ellen said Sorin is usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the morning dock and figure out what our next move from there? Figure out our next move from there.
Roger, Nick.
You think the Sprockets would use waterproof makeup for the bride? They only care about aircrafts. They don't care about makeup.
So, where should we start?
Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall and Sprocket Manor.
I know. We haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet.
Hey, you're right! We've still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? The Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right?
And the lantern with the body in it, was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations.
Do we know how to get to the hold?
Good question. I think it was labeled in that diagram of the airship in this pamphlet.
There it is!
The fact that the hold and the Vista deck are connected by a freight elevator is very suspect as well.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Let's go to the hold. Hold it.
Hold it! So this is the hold. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. We'd better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb.
Hey, Nick. Weren't we supposed to need a key card to get in here?
Huh. You're right. I wonder why it's unlocked.
How's it going, Mr. Wright? Oh, it's Emma.
Oh. Emma, what are you doing here?
Just a little independent investigation. For my own sake. Gotta keep the mind sharp.
Emma!
Yay!
Yay, Emma!
Ah, so the door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We'd like to investigate the hold ourselves. Would that be all right? Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway. Thanks. We'll just take a quick look around then. Oh, right! You should note that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise up the Vista deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. If you do go up to the Vista deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off. Got it. Thanks. That goes double for you, Maya. I've heard the stories.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's get the show on the road.
Let's go ahead and talk to Emma while she's here.
Any progress with your investigation? Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up. So it's hard to know who or what to believe. I know what you mean. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough trial for you. You're telling me. There isn't that much time left, so I've got to make do and see. I suck at reading today, so I've got to make do and see what I can turn up.
It happens to the best of us. Okay, so she doesn't really have much to say.
Ooh! It's a cake, Nick! A cake! It's so big! They wouldn't miss one little piece, would they?
If you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out.
You mean it's not real? Well, it sure fooled me.
She just lost the is it cake or is it real?
Ha.
I was so ready to have some of that. I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick, let's go get some.
Maybe after the trial is over.
I feel as if I've said told the story before, but the best wedding cake I've ever had was actually on a Navy base.
I've never had wedding cake, but go ahead.
My mom was invited to a wedding of her. Her coworker was getting married to a Navy officer, and because of it, they were getting married on the Navy base itself in Pensacola. And I don't know if it was if it was from the U.S. Navy itself or not, but it was a delicious chocolate cake.
That's nice.
It had chocolate chips in it too, like inside the cake.
Chocolate cake with chocolate chips inside it. That is neat. Huh? It looks like there's some fingerprints on this candelabra. Candelabra? Yeah, I just got done dusting that. I was able to pull a set of left handprints.
I don't often have cake anymore, just not my style. Much prefer cookie and cream ice cream. Ooh, cookie and cream ice cream is bomb.
I'm not a fan of cookies and cream, really.
Oh, really? What's your go-to ice cream?
Vanilla.
Oh, really? Just plain Jane vanilla?
Vanilla with maybe a little chocolate syrup and I don't know, if I'm feeling a little extra fun, maybe some chocolate sprinkles.
There you go.
Do you know whose prints they are? Yes. The prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury.
Nick! I just figured out something amazing!
You did?
Get this! If the fingerprints on the candelabra were from his left hand, then Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed! What do you think of that? Do I have the makings of a great detective or what?
Stick to spirit channeling. You're a real silly Sally if you thought that deduction was in any way encyclopedic.
Hey, you're pretty good, Maya!
Emma's impressed.
I looked into it myself, and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed.
Really? I got it right? Awesome!
Good for you, Maya.
Good for you? That's all you have to say?
I, think you did a great job, Maya. Way to go! I guess one can never have too much info.
Now you're talking.
But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took of the hold, isn't it? Or is it? Man, I can't read.
That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? The candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that.
It's still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. I'd better add it to the evidence file just in case. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright. You can have this fingerprint powder if you'd like. You're giving this to us? Sure. I have 4 of the sets. Thanks. I feel like there's something more important. There's something more to the the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. Chocolate cake is nice, though I'm more biased towards red velvet cake and cheesecake.
I love red velvet cake.
I hate it. I think it's gross.
You're not a very... Oh, wow. What about cheesecake, though?
Cheesecake is nice.
I love cheesecake.
Ooh, look, Nick! An airplane!
I wonder if Sorin built that one too.
Hey, why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick tour around the neighborhood.
And who do you propose is going to pilot that wooden death trap?
Me, of course. Who else?
I'm just imagining her like Snoopy going up against the Red Baron in the little airplane.
Don't worry. I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times.
I don't like cheesecake. When I first went to the Cheesecake Factory, I didn't know it was a restaurant. Oh, you thought it was just cheesecakes?
I think I was a little kid when I first went to the Cheesecake Factory, so I think something similar happened to me.
I've never been to a Cheesecake Factory.
The Cheesecake Factory is a pretty decent restaurant, but it's not worth like going on a restaurant tour for. If you're ever in the Georgia area again, I'll take you to some Cheesecake Factory.
There you go. That sounds fun.
Or I wonder if there's one in Houston. I'm gonna have to look that up in a minute. I think I'll pass. I've still got my whole life ahead of me.
I know my parents love the Cheesecake Factory.
What's that? A wedding bell?
According to this pamphlet, it's used on the Vista deck during wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds.
Hey, Fallen
Okay,
Comedy. Oh, sorry.
There's cheese. I was saying there are in fact cheesecake restaurants in Houston, Texas. All right, so we can go to one of those.
Doesn't surprise me. I feel as if Houston's big enough they would have a Cheesecake Factory. Yes, Falling. I am also over on Twitch as well. Same time. We're streaming at the same time through the power of the internet.
I guess they disassemble and store it away here in the hold while they're not using it. So there are 2 male peggable lanterns in the reception hall. That must mean that these 2 are female Pegacow lanterns.
Larry got their sexes mixed up when he replaced the ones in the reception hall, huh? Didn't he see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring if you ask me.
Well, Larry's stupid, so... And yet he managed to notice that... And yet he managed to notice... And yet he managed to not notice. Man, I hate reading. And yet he managed to not notice. That's what makes Larry Larry.
That's so Larry. Bow, 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 bow.
And Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime.
Oh, Mr. Wright?
Super Saiyans, I don't know. We haven't really put any dates down. We're still kind of in the. We haven't even like put together a plan for it yet. So I don't know how to. I got no dates for you.
You know that the lantern the victim was found inside of the reception. Or you know that the lantern the victim was found inside of the reception hall? I'm just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it. Oh. Okay. We'll stop by for a look too once you're done fixing. It looks like there's cheesecake factories in most of the country.
Yeah, it's a chain restaurant.
Looks like maybe 10 states don't have it. One of those states being West Virginia. Sorry to the people in West Virginia. Looks like you guys miss out. Oh, looks like there's none in Vermont either.
Okay, I can understand West Virginia, but why not Vermont?
Maybe,
Wait, no, that
maybe
makes sense.
Maybe Vermont's...
I
maybe
forget about
Vermont's
Vermont, too.
Stupid for them.
I forget about Vermont, too. They probably don't have a big enough city to justify it, probably.
They don't have one in New Hampshire either. Let me see if there's one in Maine. There's not one in Maine from the looks of it.
Oh, so like the Northeast is kind of just barren over there then.
Yeah, there is one in New York, and there's a few in Pennsylvania from what I'm reading. Oh, there is one in Wisconsin, though. All right, so they got that one right. They got Wisconsin.
No, Jordan, you can't take the country roads to the place you belong with the Cheesecake Factory. They don't exist in West Virginia.
Too bad. Oh, there's one in Connecticut. Is there one in Rhode Island? There's one in Rhode Island.
Nothing happens in Rhode Island except for a Family Guy.
Exactly. Why would you put one in Rhode Island but not in New Hampshire or Vermont? Or
I feel
Maine?
as if that's a power move right there. It's like,
What's
we only have enough money to set up a location in one more place in the Northeast, Rhode Island. We are going to get that Family Guy sponsorship. So help me God.
I don't like Rhode Island to begin with. It's like, all right, Rhode Island's not a state. Something like Arizona or North Carolina, those are states. They got huge land mass. They got a variety of land. Rhode Island's a parking lot, all right? Why does it get 2 senators? I hate Rhode Island.
Super Saiyans, I've heard of I've had A&W. It's not that good.
A&W? Isn't that a soda brand?
Yeah, it's a root beer brand, but it's also I think it started as a restaurant first. It's a fast food place.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's pretty cool though. You can order like a frosted mug for the root beer though. So that it has that going for it, but that's the only nice thing I got going.
Dang.
They typically, I don't think they're doing so hot because they typically are paired with KFCs.
There must be dishes and glasses they have, or they use for receptions. Very fancy. Bet we'd be in big trouble if we broke them.
Ooh, I want to see Nick.
I can't afford you looking at him, Maya.
You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them.
Nick! You think I'm gonna break them, don't you?
Yes!
That's the point.
Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case. So this is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive.
And it's all rhythmic and it's all rhythmic, like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of the Flying Chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around. Spinning around and around and around and around and... Oh, I think I'm starting to get dizzy.
Yeah, me too. Oh, look. There's the lever. There's the lever. There's the lever to the lift Emma told us about.
Pull the lever, Maya.
Wrong lever!
Why do we even have that lever?
This morning, Phoenix Wright found dead, splattered on a road.
Let's try going up on it. I'll flip the switch. Here goes nothing.
Wait, I'm not even on yet.
Oh, there's blood.
Oh. Hey, Maya, stop the lift.
Whoop. Sorry, I got a little carried away.
Never mind that. Move over a little.
Okay.
Is that blood? Blood? Let me see. Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood?
Well, this lift goes up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so...
I think that's the most logical conclusion. But I thought the victim was clubbed to death, and that there wasn't much blood. Something tells me I'd better take a picture of this.
Lift bloodstain.
I should ask Emma about it some more later. Maya, can you bring the lift back down now?
You got it. I'll go flip the switch again. There. Done.
I want to find out some more about that blood stain. But for now, I guess we should go up to the Vista deck. And take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves.
Given the fact that the lift is the full floor, makes me think that technically, I think this elevator is the crime scene. So technically speaking, it could be both the hold and the Vista deck.
Interesting, it could be.
The view must be great from up there. I bet it'll be awesome.
You mean it would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder?
Okay, to the Vista deck we go! Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick.
I know.
Okay, I'll just flip the switch again, and away we go!
Someone got smushed. I don't know. I think it might just be someone cleaned up the blood from the floor here, you know?
I think someone getting smushed by a giant machine is a little too violent, even for Ace Attorney.
Look for Danganronpa V3 if you're looking for someone to get smushed to death.
Okay.
That legit happens. Someone gets crushed by a hydraulic press.
I don't want to know.
Wow, look at that gorgeous view!
So this is where Ellen was attacked, and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed. Yeesh. One wrong step and it's kersplat on the ground below.
Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge?
Well, I don't see much of anything over there. Police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so... maybe we don't need to?
Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick?
Of course not! Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold.
And away we go. Okay, so there's no angles. Okay, we probably had to talk to Emma with the bloodstain on the carpet.
Emma, about this bloodstain, doesn't something about it strike you as odd? What's so odd about the victim's blood? That's not exactly... There's just something about it that bothers me. Now that you mention it... I can't necessarily disagree with you. Maybe I should talk about this some more with her? Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more? A little more? What do you... Oops. What happened? I almost dropped the candelabra and the candle slipped off.
Oh.
Well... Whoa.
Little spiky bits missing.
Yeah, that's a little, interesting. Well, let's be more careful with that. It might be important evidence. Wait a minute. Now what? One of the pins that holds the... one of the pins that hold the candle is broken. What? There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra. There is? What makes you say that? Call it forensic investigator intuition. We already dusted this for prints earlier. So let's test it with luminol this time. Knowing Emma, she's used every test she has. Knowing Emma, she'd use every test she has at the same time if she could. Just hang on. This will only take a second. I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Well, Emma, did you find anything? Take a look at this, Mr. Wright.
It was used.
Ooh. What is all that blood doing on there?
Yeah, I think there's a second victim.
A second victim, huh?
He was because Bloomsbury was hit in the head twice. Unless this was the actual murder weapon, but I feel as if with a like a little spiky bit, it would have been more of a like laceration, more so than a like a pounding wound, you know?
I suppose the possibility exists.
So did someone get flattened? I don't know if they got flattened or not. There's not enough blood for that.
Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for reception?
Oh. He did have a gash on his hand.
Oh. These pins are pretty sharp. But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some force involved. Do you think maybe somebody got stabbed? But nobody reported anything like that.
I think Bloomsbury was stabbed. That might have been, injuries to the hand are typically known as defensive wounds.
Mm-hmm.
So he was probably getting attacked by the actual killer and defending himself with his hands. And he got stabbed in the hand. And probably in that moment, that's when he just got clocked in the head.
Interesting. That's quite a bit of blood. I wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. About this blood stain. What about it? There's something that's been bothering me. Oh yeah? What's that? Well, there's a huge blood stain on the crime scene lift, and a blood stain on the candelabra. Now, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two blood stains are from... I think they're from the same source. I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. I guess that is a possibility. Can we compare the two bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time? Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. I'll be done in a jiffy. And the results are in. That didn't take long now, did it? It seems that the blood from the lift and the candelabra are from the same person.
Okay, it's a match.
Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood. But if this isn't Mr. Gloomsbury's blood... Well, this is just a guess, but... What if Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed somebody with the candelabra pin? That would explain both the huge blood stain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Oh my goodness! If that's true... That means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder.
Oh, that third party.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about the third person. Emma, could you have the blood analyzed? Sure thing. A mysterious blood stain on a candelabra with the victim's prints on it. This just might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. Next up, the reception hall. Might be worth taking another look around there. The reception hall? The forensics team is in there investigating right now. Oh, they are?
Well, we don't have time to just sit around, so let's go check out something else.
Good idea. We could question some people. Especially Sorin. I have a few questions for that guy.
Sounds good, Nick.
Off to do some legwork then? Yep. Thought we'd head to Sorin's house for starters. He was accompanying the police on their investigation here earlier, but... he's probably home by now. Great. Thanks. Later, Emma.
All right, let's see if Sorin's here.
I still can't get over how gorgeous Sprocket Manor is.
Just don't touch anything.
I wasn't going to.
She definitely was going to.
I was told I had guests.
Thank you for seeing us, Sorin. We know you're busy. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the case, if you wouldn't mind. Sorin?
Yeah, I think that propeller was there last time, Jordan. You're Ellen's lawyer, right?
Huh? Yes, that's right. Don't tell me he doesn't remember me.
Will Ellen be found guilty?
We're doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here, investigating. Will you please tell us what you know? Sorin?
All right, fine.
What was that? What was that pause all about? It was you who gave the order for that large-scale cover-up plan, isn't that right?
What large-scale cover-up?
Don't play dumb with us. You held 2 wedding receptions in order to try and cover up Mr. Gloomsbury's murder.
Ellen thought that through the power of the timekeeper you built, she traveled back in time.
Ah, so that's why there were 2 receptions.
Wait, does he seriously not know why the reception was held twice? Looks like I'll have to delve deeper here. So the cover-up scheme, that fake trip through time? You're not the one who was behind it all? Pierce Nichity stated in court that you were the one who ordered it to be carried out.
Pierce said that? I see. Leave him in charge of everything around me. No, I leave him in charge of everything around me. So whatever he decides is, in essence, my decision too.
So I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up?
That's none of your business.
But you were in 2 wedding receptions in a row. And still you claim to know nothing?
I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave.
But Sorin! Ow!
Oh, there's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see.
It's a bunch of numbers, Nick. What does it mean?
1.9 to... Okay, I understand. We'll go.
Go away!
It doesn't get any clearer than that, huh? He's looking especially uncooperative, but... maybe I can grab his attention somehow. There's still that one piece of evidence I don't know much about. It's worth a try.
Oh, his sister. Sis.
I'm sure your sister would want the truth of this case to be known.
How rude. It's intruding on private lives of others. A part of the job of your job as a lawyer.
You know? Maybe. At this point, maybe.
I don't even know what my job description is. I'm part detective, part lawyer, part marriage counsel. I don't know what I'm doing, dude.
Oh, I apologize. I guess I was showing him the picture of... I guess showing him the picture of his sister wasn't such a good idea after all. Does this bring anything to mind? Even some small, vague details will do. Ah! This guy really doesn't want to talk, does he?
What are you showing me that for?
Mr. Sprocket! I can't read him at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiment as this.
Maybe Timekeeper itself? What are you showing me that for? Oh, same deal.
Let's keep trying.
I'll show you everything if I have to.
Show him Larry's drawing. Let's see what that does. Yeah.
That's what he thinks about the picture book artist.
Sorin, have you ever seen this before?
That's...
Sorin, what is it?
Nothing.
Why did his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? He's gone pale as a ghost, too.
Oh, God.
Oh. Sorin!
Nick! Look at his stomach! He's bleeding!
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Somebody help! Sorin's collapsed!
Master Sorin!
Sorin!
Get him to the hospital! Quickly now! And they're still having tea.
Poor Sorin. That must have been one serious wound. What is it, Nick?
Well, when I showed him the candelabra, his whole demeanor changed. So I was just thinking maybe his injury is...
Huh? What's this?
It's Sorin's notebook. He must have dropped it in the rush to get him to the hospital.
Oh, his notebook, huh? Wonder what's written in it, don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek.
Maya, I could feel the sniper dot on your forehead. Let's leave. And Pierce is just sitting there like, go on, take a look. Make my day.
Why not? Sorin's notebook. What to do?
I mean, what's a cooler death than a conspiracy? Let's do it.
I feel guilty snooping around in somebody's personal notebook, but maybe we should take a little look, see?
I mean, if the page is open, no one can blame us for looking at it as we pick it up.
Exactly. Whoa, it's filled with big words written in tiny letters. I guess he used this notebook to write down his invention ideas. Huh?
What is it? Did you find something?
March 8th of last year. Content of this notebook changes dramatically.
Like how?
Well, ever since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life. As in, every.
Maybe he decided to start keeping a diary?
8:01 a.m. I woke up. 8:02 a.m. Sit up in bed, experiencing existential dread. 10:02 a.m. Finally get out of bed.
But this is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary.
Either way, he's really compulsive. Or maybe just plain forgetful.
Is it really as simple as that? I feel like something happened on March 8th that made Sorin change.
Well, why don't you let me take a look at that, and I'll tell you.
Hey, Maya! Let go or we'll rip it!
Spill the tea, Nick. I want to see.
Now look what you did! You dropped it! You should have just let me take a look!
How is this my fault?
Oh! Oh no, Nick!
Ah! It fell into that pool of Soren's blood! Smooth move, you guys. I can't read a thing on these 2 pages now!
Uh-oh! You're gonna get it now!
I guess it really is my fault after all. Let's just put it away carefully for now. Can't let anything else happen to it, you hear?
Oh, we can explore details of that.
Hey, look! There's something sticking out of the notebook.
Sorin has been writing nothing but ideas for his inventions in this until March 8th of last year, when he abruptly began to chronicle the events of every day in excruciating detail. However, the details of the day of the murder has been rendered ineligible by a bloodstain.
Ah, crap.
It looks like a newspaper article.
Let's see. It's about the car accident Soren's sister died in. It happened on March 8th.
Oh.
Oh dear. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh, wow.
What else does it say?
It says the driver at the time of the accident was Dumas Gloomsbury.
Oh.
Oh my.
It's all coming together.
It says Sorin was in the car too, and that he had sustained several severe injuries. It's just like Pierce said. Sorin completely changed after the accident. So Gloomsbury was driving the car when they got into the accident. That opens up the distinct possibility
Of?
of Sorin holding a grudge against Gloomsbury. Oh.
Oh no.
You think Sorin could have done it?
I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. We should talk to Pierce about this when he... we should talk to Pierce about this when he returns Soren's notebook to him. Though he doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel.
It's all coming together now.
I sure hope Pierce is around here somewhere.
Ah, Mr. Wright and Miss Fay.
Hello, Pierce. We were just looking for you.
I'm sorry for Master Sorin's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies.
It was totally understandable, really. But shouldn't you be at his side right now?
It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I am in constant contact with them. Do not forget to give his pain medication and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also, see to it that he is not up and about. He needs complete bed rest.
Is this what happens when you're too rich for normal peasant phones? Fort LaBelle's like, yes!
This is a man of my stature. I must return to Master Sorin now, but did you want something of me?
Actually, here's Sorin's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed. I hope Pierce doesn't notice the bloodstain.
And about the bloodstain?
Maya did it!
Oh, thank you very much for this. I will see to it personally that Master Sorin gets it back.
Thank you.
I trust you did not look inside.
Of course not.
Because it is filled with numerous patent-worthy ideas, you see. We'll have to get a NDA, have you sign an NDA if needed.
It's a Boeing NDA. I think you understand where I'm going.
I have it carved
Maya.
out on the bullet.
Maya, remind me to hire a security guard.
Have I told you that it could go through multiple people? We could get multiple people on this NDA.
And remind me to write a letter to my next of kin.
Them too? Boeing knows all, Mr. Wright. As he walks off, Boeing knows all.
We make missiles and fighter planes. Don't forget. Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions about the case?
Why not just walk and talk? Well, as I said, I must be getting back to Master Sorin. So if you could make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it.
All right, I'll make this as quick as I can. I'd like to ask about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind.
I told everything there is to tell in court already. Disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job.
Sounds like a lovely job description.
I have nothing more to say on the matter. Ah, a new PB. I will say, I do not think it's wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed.
Right. Pierce, could you tell me more about this accident?
Where did you find that? And did I not already tell you about that accident?
You did, but you conveniently left out one crucial detail. The fact that Dumas Gloomsbury was driving the car at the time.
Oh, did I not mention that? I suppose it simply did not come up then.
If Mr. Gloomsbury caused the accident, why didn't the Sprocket family fire him? Wouldn't that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake?
Please do not misunderstand. Bloomsbury stayed on with the family. On Master Sorin's request.
What?
That is the type of person Master Sorin is. Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Selena's kind nature. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moments, she thought of Master Sorin.
Not only did Sorin not hold a grudge against Bloomsbury, he insisted on keeping him on. Now I really don't understand how that guy's mind works. So you were present for Selena Sprocket's last moments?
Yes, in my professional capacity. The accident happened on the way to a certain party.
And what kind of party was it?
It was Miss Selena's engagement party. Yo, that's the same pocket watch.
Oh.
Oh, I'm starting. I think I found something.
Oh, I think I know where this is going.
I think Soren's not the first to marry a member of staff.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is about to get messy. This is getting messy. Gloomsbury's injuries were minor, but Miss Selena's and Master Corin's were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital.
Wow. Have such a terrible thing happen on what was to be a day of celebration.
Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Sorin pulled through. But Miss Selena, she... The last words Miss Selena said to me were,
Please help Sorin.
ever since then, I have attended Master Sorin and tried to help him in any way I can.
I see. Selena's fiancé must have been devastated.
Indeed. The shock of losing Miss Selena was so great, he quit being a surgeon.
He was a surgeon? Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both, was he?
Yes, he was Miss Selena's fiancé.
What a terrible tragedy.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Pierce is the fiancé because he, like, the timeline tracks.
Yeah, that makes sense. How awful. So where's her fiancé now?
Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself.
So Selena had a fiancé. I'd like to find out more about him, but I doubt I'll find any. I doubt I'll find him anytime soon.
So, are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going.
Could you please just tell me a little more about Sorin?
There's nothing more to tell.
I can't seem to get any real answers out of him just by asking him questions. But there is a piece of evidence I still don't know much about. Maybe he'll be able to tell me something.
Maybe the timekeeper?
Maybe.
Master Sorin made the timekeeper as a symbol of their love for each other. A symbol now tainted with blood. I can only imagine how shocking this must be for Master Sorin.
But surely Sorin believes in the woman he loves.
Master Sorin has the future of Sprocket Aviation to think about. He cannot afford to let his personal feelings affect his judgment.
That's awful.
You might think so, but that's the kind of responsibility he must bear.
All because he's in line to be the next president, huh? Sounds like it's not going to be easy to find out how Sorin really feels about anything. Pierce. Have you ever seen this candelabra before?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Uh-oh.
3 locks. I got 3 locks that say otherwise.
My Magatama reacted. Pierce must be trying to hide something from me. I'll have to break those psych locks and find out what.
Take that!
Pierce. You're hiding something from me about this candelabra, aren't you?
It is one of the candelabra from the Flying Chapel, is it not? Is there something special about it?
Actually, yes. There's some blood on it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person.
Take that!
What does that person have to do with it?
Ah! That's not who I meant to name!
I do not have time for meaningless conversation.
I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. Okay. Who might it be then?
Maybe Sorin? Because the second we presented it, he fainted.
I suppose it is a possibility, yes.
Take that!
Sorin had a rather nasty wound on his body, doesn't he?
Yes, Master Sorin is indeed injured.
Are any of the people involved with this case injured?
Not as far as I know.
I see. Then let me ask you this, Pierce. Do you suppose Sorin could have been more directly involved than you're letting on to be?
What in the world would make you think that?
Oh, I've got my reasons. Mr. Gloomsbury's fingerprints were found on this candelabra stem. Which leads me to believe that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed Sorin with it.
You cannot possibly think Master Sorin is the one responsible for the murder.
I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment. But I do think he had a motive. This proves that Sorin had a motive to kill Mr. Gloomsbury.
Take that!
Even though it was an accident. Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Sorin's sister away.
Let us suppose that Gloomsbury did stab Master Sorin with the candelabra. I keep on wanting to say capybara. The candelabra. Can you prove that it had anything to do with this case? He might have been stabbed for some other at some other location for some other reason.
Sorry, but I can prove it wasn't related to this case.
Oh, really?
Sorin's stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected.
The bloodstain on the lift. Are they now?
This is the piece of evidence that ties Sorin's injury to Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. A bloodstain was found on the lift that goes between the hold and the vista deck. Its blood matches the blood that's on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can assure you this information is correct. This bloodstain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows us that
Sorin was there during the crime.
Sorin's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Sorin was at the scene of the crime.
You're really astute, Mr. Wright. It appears I cannot hide this from you any longer. Very well. I will tell you everything.
Could you tell me about Sorin's injury?
Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Sorin himself. As you surmised, Master Sorin was stabbed by Gloomsbury at the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple were in the reception hall when, suddenly, Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Oh.
What's up? Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the vista deck.
That's
Wait,
why he was
hold on, Who was it that smudged the handwriting like that?
We don't know. But it was someone who was, they said, right-handed?
I think so, maybe.
Master Sorin went to stop him, but found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Sorin was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. Oh, it was left-handed. Okay.
Okay.
Even though Master Sorin was badly injured, he went after Gloomsbury.
So Sorin was the one at the scene of the murder, was he?
Yes, that is correct. However, by the time Master Sorin arrived at the scene, Gloomsbury had already been murdered.
So Pierce is saying that Sorin was at the scene of the crime. But that he didn't have anything to do with the murder itself. Even still, why did you try to keep such an important piece of information from me?
I am very sorry. Master Sorin's injury and Gloomsbury's murder were not directly related. So I decided not to mention it, so as not to unnecessarily complicate the investigation. Now then, I am sorry, but I'm afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me.
Thank you for your time.
here should have just told us everything in the first place and saved us a lot of time.
Yeah. But I guess it isn't that simple for him. He is the family butler, after all. He sure didn't make our job any easier, though, did he?
He's definitely not our butler.
But at least we learned something new. Sorin was at the scene of the crime.
That's true. One step forward is better than none. So what next, Nick?
Let's see. Forensics team might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Let's go check it out.
Sounds like a plan.
That's what I'm thinking, Jordan. I think there's way more to this butler than meets the eye.
It looks like the police are done with their investigation in here. I wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now.
Oh, hi, Mr. Wright.
Ah, should have guessed. Hi, Emma. Would it be alright if we investigate in this room now? Sure, the police are all done, so go for it. Oh, remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfection. I have to say, it's some of my best work. Sounds like the repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a good look at it, too. Well, I have to be getting back to the station now. Try not to mess up the crime scene if you can help it. That means you, Emma.
She's looking straight at you, Emma. Maya.
We'll be careful. I'll be seeing you.
Bye, Emma, and thank you.
Well then, shall we get started?
We shall.
Nick!
What's wrong, Maya?
This hasn't moved an inch since the last time we looked at it.
It would be pretty creepy if it had. It looks... Look, we're in the middle of an important investigation, so try not to shout, okay?
I was just hoping it had changed somehow. You know, so it would be more interesting.
The last thing we need is for it to get more interesting.
Oh, shiny.
This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. I guess it's in police custody now. Huh? What's this? Key? Let's ask the maid about it. Good idea. She might be able to tell us something. Excuse me, could I ask you a question?
Oh, of course. What would you like to know?
Do you know anything about this key?
It's the key that starts up the timekeeper.
A startup key?
That's right. Oh, the first startup of a love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was.
Aww.
That is really cute.
The first startup of a love ceremony. what exactly did that entail?
Oh, it was a ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. I suppose it was kind of like a cake cutting ceremony.
And what are these symbols of love you mentioned?
Well, that's kind of an industry secret, so I can't really say. I'm sorry, I'd better get back to my work.
Looks like there's an order from above not to talk about it.
Hey! I think that tablecloth is new! They must have changed it since yesterday.
Huh? How can you tell?
Because the food stains that were there are now gone.
I should have known it's because it's food related.
It's another beautiful day outside, isn't it?
Yeah. If only it wasn't the scene of a murder, we could really enjoy it.
True.
Must be tough for the maids to have to work on a beautiful day like today.
Oh, we don't mind.
Whoa! I didn't think you could hear me all the way over there.
We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we're wiping away all the sadness stuck on this airship.
Wow. Talk about devoted. I guess we checked out everything of interest in the area.
That's the recreated bowl. I thought it was the one by the reception hall itself. What the hell is this? Oh, it's just we're looking in the back. Okay. I thought it was the front.
Here's the broken lantern all patched up. And I do mean patched.
Emma said this was some of her best work, so I know she put a lot of effort into it.
It was pretty smashed up. It must have been a lot of work to piece it back together.
Yeah, smash it up.
Well, she gets an A for effort at any rate. Huh? The wheel handle on the back has some blood on it. It looks like somebody gripped it with a bloody hand.
Maybe the blood got there when the killer was putting old Doom and Gloom inside the body? Or Doom and Gloom's body inside? Do you see anything else wrong? See anything else worth noting?
Well, there's another one of these lanterns over there. So it might be a good idea to really compare the two later.
And I feel as if later is now. Oh, the color of the handle. She got it mixed up.
This is the unbroken peggable lantern. And this is the one that Emma restored. I wouldn't say they looked exactly the same. More that they were made up of the same parts.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Maya?
I think there's something off about this peggable.
Just about everything about it looks off to me.
I'm not quite sure what it is, but some detail isn't quite right. show me the restored lantern again.
Hey, I know. Hey, I know. It's this, right?
What? Where?
The thing on the restored lantern that's off.
Color of the wheel handle.
Look, the wheel handle. It's a different color altogether. Emma got the inside and outside of the wheel switched around.
So why was the inside bloodied? That is a good question.
Oh, wow, you're right!
That's the question.
And there's blood on this handle. As if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand.
Because Doom and Gloom had blood on his hand. On his left hand, I believe.
Right. Right. Which means the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern.
Do you think the blood got there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern?
It's really hard to say at this point. Hey, take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes. It says exit.
Shall we open up and see?
Wait! Please don't open that! It's the emergency escape hatch! It leads directly outside! You'll fall to your death!
Whew, that was a close one, huh, Maya?
Nick, can I still open it?
You know what? Natural selection. Go ahead, champ.
I'll say.
Phew. Well, I think we've checked out everything relative to the case.
What are you two doing here?
Wait, what are you doing here? Sorin, shouldn't you be resting in bed? You're injured.
How do you know that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook.
What's the matter with him?
My notebook. I have to have. Master Sorin. Master Sorin, I told you to stay in bed. My notebook! Here you go. Yes, this is it!
Sorin gets emotionally unstable without that notebook of his?
Phew.
Looks like he calmed down now. Sorin, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute?
I cannot allow you to do that. What if his wound were to open up again? He needs to rest.
I guess you're right.
Now, if you will excuse us. Master Sorin, let us retire. All right.
There they go.
Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any condition to be questioned. Well, let's go back to the agency and sort through what we've learned. We're back. Anybody here?
Oh, hi, boss.
Athena, I thought you were with Trucy. Are you kidding? I want to live.
I guess you could say that I'm taking a short break. But enough about me. What about the investigation? Did you find out anything?
Well, it turns out that the third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Sorin Sprocket.
What? Really? I always thought he seemed suspicious.
Thing is, by the time Sorin got to the Vista deck, the murder had already occurred, apparently.
No way! I don't buy that. Not for a second. It's a cover-up! A cover-up, I tell you!
That's certainly a possibility. And as a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility I have to pursue, but...
But what? It's your job, right? So pursue the heck out of it! Just do it!
Yeah, but...
Like Nike says, Mr. Wright. Like Nike. You gotta be Nike.
Is that really what's best for Ellen?
Sorin could be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow.
Hey, Limey, how you doing?
But if we don't pursue this possibility, Ellen could be found guilty instead.
Oh man, either way, if sure doesn't spell out happily ever after for the two of them. So what are you gonna do, Mr. Wright?
Can't let an innocent person get convicted. So I guess all I can really do is pursue the truth. Even if that ends up devastating Ellen.
What a tough call to make.
No kidding.
Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial that will save their marriage.
That'd be nice. I hope so. I really do. Well, Maya, let's go.
Break the news to Ellen, you mean?
Yep.
Mr. Wright, please take me with you. I bet I can help you counsel Ellen through this piece of bad news.
Athena, I appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be?
Do I? Yeah, the writers are trying to write you off just like Trucy. Now go with Trucy. To the pit of we don't know what to do with you.
Athena! What are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Come on now, let's get back to practicing.
No, wait! My body can't take it anymore! Boss, you gotta help me!
A lawyer always keep their promises, Athena.
But boss!
If you bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm going to use a real blade on you.
Eek!
Sorry, Athena, but somebody's got to do it. Better you than me.
Phoenix.
Hang in there, kiddo. Come on, Maya. We better get going.
Oh, we got the Maya theme.
Yay!
Now let's break some bad news.
No.
Oh, Wooly has another piece.
Another thing?
I don't see it. I do see Super Saiyan's version with you with Poltergeist.
You mean the poltergust?
Oh, Poltergeist, yeah.
Hello, Ellen.
She better get paid for that. I certainly hope so too, gamer.
How's your investigation going, Mr. Wright? Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Sorin with you when Mr. Gloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall? I'm sorry I kept it from you. I was afraid he'd come under suspicion if I told you. So I've kept quiet about it. I'm really sorry. I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Ellen. I'm afraid I had to make a very difficult decision based on what I found. What kind of decision?
Here comes the waterworks.
Oh boy. This is very hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Sorin.
What?
In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to propose the possibility that Sorin is the true culprit. No! Sorin is innocent! No! But don't you see it? If I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you'll be found guilty. No! Please, Ellen, calm down. Sorin just can't be found guilty. I'd much rather I'd much rather I be found guilty instead.
Ellen! You can't let yourself think like that!
But no!
Marriage is for life, right? Do you really think you can run away from the truth and still be truly happy with him?
You're not married, so how can you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work.
But, Nick, you talk to her.
Hey, don't just dump this all on me. Mr. Wright, I'm innocent and Sorin is too. So please prove our innocence in court. I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in court tomorrow.
To be continued. Ready to take it on?
Shall we take a bathroom break first?
I'd say that's fair.
All right, I shall be back momentarily.
I'll be right back myself. All right, guys, I am back. All right, yeah, this is what I was talking about. I'll go ahead and show this on screen. This was created by Super Sans. Basically the same idea that Wooly had with Mr. GCD lighting Larry on fire. You know, same basic idea. So, hope everyone is having a lovely Friday. Hope everyone's having a great time, great everything. As we finish up the special episode, Turnabout Time Traveler. There we go. Now we're back. I can turn that back off. Just finishing a presentation PowerPoint. I'm going home in the morning. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, you said that today was your last day at school, or is it tomorrow? That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's getting to the time where everyone's wrapping up stuff.
Is Larry neutered yet?
Unfortunately not. We're still in the select your file.
Right.
Although I think the book signing, I think his only person that came was the doctor that did the neutering because he felt as if he needed to. Today was last class. Next week is finals, but mine are online. Oh, there you go. Nice. Continue to the next chapter. Let us go.
Here we go.
Let's go. Okie dokie. I got my first paycheck from Department of the DOT. Nice, dude.
Department of Transportation?
Yep. Now he needs to get he needs to get a CDL. That's a special permit for driving, right?
I believe that's a commercial driver's license. If I'm not mistaken,
okay.
it's what lets you drive freight trucks.
Oh, cool.
Or semi-trucks, I think they're actually called. So the one thing that we found out yesterday is that Sorin was there at the crime scene. There's some good money in truck driving.
Oh yeah, it's tough because of the hours, but I think if you find a good company, you can get some. They'll treat you right.
I only hope I can get some testimony from him. That'll get to the heart of the matter.
Mr. Wright.
Good morning, Ellen. Look, I'm afraid you might not like the result of today's trial. Nevertheless.
Don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route.
We got to think of every possibility. We're just giving you a fair warning.
Sorin is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead.
Ellen, please, try to get a hold of yourself.
I believe in Sorin with all my heart. So how dare you doubt him? Regardless of which one of them is found guilty today, it's going to be devastating for Ellen, isn't it?
We'll just have to do everything we can. That's the best we can do, you know. The trial's about to begin, Mr. Wright. All right. Let's go, Maya.
Yeah.
September 23rd, 9 a.m. Welcome to court.
Court is now in session. All rise. Court is back in session for the trial of Ellen White. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
You know what could have been cool?
What?
If we had the costume for Edgeworth's original prosecutor outfit.
You're talking about the first one against Mia?
Yeah, the one he had against Mia.
That would be really cool.
Let's see now. Where were we?
In yesterday's session, we found out about the Sprocket family's conspiracy to cover up the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury with a second reception. Taking advantage of our collective shock, the defense, as usual, made a nonsensical claim. Namely, that there was a third person present who struck the victim.
Objection!
Hey! Don't try and make it sound like I made that all up.
I used a few Ace Attorney gifs in that PowerPoint. Aren't you going into like law or something? That's awesome.
The defendant herself made a statement about the existence of a third person. And further investigation has only proven her statement to be true. Then I presume the defense intends to focus on proving the identity of this third person? Is that all right with you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, Your Honor. In fact, I predict that the defense will, most likely, attempt to name Mr. Sorin Sprocket as the true culprit.
How did you...
The driver during the accident that killed Mr. Sprocket's sister was the victim. Therefore, Mr. Sprocket had a motive to murder Mr. Gloomsbury. That's what you plan to assert, is it not, Mr. Wright?
Am I that transparent?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Did you really think the police wouldn't uncover this information?
Congrats on getting it in one, Mr. Edgeworth. But you're wrong. Sorin didn't do it. He's innocent. Miss Wyatt, please. He's innocent, I tell you.
What is this, Mr. Wright? I thought your claim about the existence of a third person came from the defendant.
It did. This is just a minor hiccup. Did you not discuss your strategy for today with the defendant, Mr. Wright?
I did several times, Your Honor.
Starting off on the wrong foot again is seriously cutting into my lifespan.
It would appear that the defense is in disarray. Therefore, the best way to clear things up is to ask Mr. Sprocket himself what happened. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Sorin Sprocket to the stand.
What? Very well. Bailiff, please bring Mr. Sprocket to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Ow! There's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Sorin Sprocket, Managing Director of Sprocket Aviation. Mr. Sprocket, please give your answer in words, not paper airplanes. It's like, oh crap, we got another one of these witnesses.
Now then, Mr. Sprocket. Please tell that doubting lawyer there what really happened at the time of the crime. Well, Mr. Sprocket?
Here we go again, Edgeworth having trouble to get the witnesses to talk.
Every damn time. Every damn time. Mr. Sprocket! All right. You want me to talk about what happened during when the crime occurred? In other words, after the first wedding reception, when Ellen and I were in the reception hall, right?
Not even the power of the court can stop him from marching to the beat of his own drum.
Oh, so it's the commercial driver's license, but he's going to be playing with salt spreaders, chainsaws, and roadside equipment. Anthony,
Oh.
with the commercial driver license, he gave additional information.
Oh, okay.
I was stabbed by Dumas in the reception hall, and I collapsed to the floor. The next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. But when I got there, Dumas was already... I don't want to believe it, but it must have been Ellen. Nothing else makes sense.
Wait just a minute here! You actually think Miss White killed the victim?
That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen.
This is unbelievable. How can you suspect your bride, the woman you love?
Objection!
The truth can be cruel. Miss Watts, you may be very upset. Is there anything you wish to say?
Oh, I can't believe this. Sorin.
Oh,
That is heart-crushing.
yes.
I thought that at least you would believe in me.
The best way now.
Yo, his face!
The best way now is to show your love for your groom, is to admit your guilt and try to atone.
Yo! Oh!
Edward's just as
I'm
cruel.
angry at Edgeworth. I am angry at Edgeworth, and I've not been angry at him in a long time.
Damn, Edgy. Damn.
It's like, all right, you admitted it. All right, now shall we get on with the verdict?
If I can't find love, no one else will.
Sorin.
Hold it!
Mr. Edgeworth, I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. And quit picking on the clearly distraught.
Yeah! That's not so cool, Mr. Edgeworth!
A court is where we seek the truth. and the truth is unyielding, even to the truly pitiful.
Mr. Edgeworth, I find it distasteful to make a lady cry.
Eat two, Your Honor?
So what are you going to do, Nick?
If the third person Ellen saw on the Vista deck was Sorin, then we have to prove Sorin was there at the time of the murder.
Let's just say, Sorin, you better hope, you better hope you were the one that did it. Because I think prison would be protecting you from that frying pan. That frying pan's going inside his head. If he finds out to be innocent at all of this.
You're gonna have a flat face, Mr. Sorin. I don't see any other obvious inconsistencies in his testimony, but we have to push forward.
Hold it!
Please tell me everything you can about when you got stabbed.
After the reception, Ellen and I were enjoying a moment alone in the reception hall. Then Dumas appeared and stabbed me. He grabbed Ellen and the timekeeper and left the reception hall.
Did Mr. Gloomsbury say anything at that time?
I don't remember. After I was stabbed, I was immobilized by the pain.
I see.
Hold it!
The Vista deck, huh? But it was nighttime then. Could you really see them in the darkness?
The moon was out, so I could see them clearly. From the looks of it, Dumas was trying to push Ellen and the timekeeper off the side. So you saw the defendant. About to be thrown off the airship, you say? That's right. In such a desperate situation, it would only be natural for her to fight for her life. And the murder weapon was right there within her grasp.
This isn't going well at all. I've got to do something fast.
Hold it!
I understand that your bride was in danger, but were you really able to move with a stab wound to the gut?
I was desperately trying to push the pain out of my mind.
I see. So adrenaline kicked in and gave you strength. Is that right? I don't see much of anything in this statement I can refute.
That's right. I almost passed out several times as I made my way to the Vista deck.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Sprocket, that by the time you got to the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed?
Yes.
But the Vista deck is just on the other side of the glass window just on the other side of the glass windows in the reception hall. Shouldn't you have been able to get there right away?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, have you investigated nothing? The only way to the Vesta deck is to go through the hold and take the lift. No matter how much one hurries, It takes at least 10 minutes.
Ah. Well, that was unhelpful. But Sorin had to have gotten there before the murder, or my claim won't stand. Do you have any ideas for me, Maya?
It's definitely easier to prove that someone did go to that hole than not. I mean, you can't leave anything if you don't go someplace, right?
Can't leave anything.
Can't leave anything.
Interesting.
Wait a minute. I think Maya's onto something here. The lack of a certain something actually proves that Sorin didn't go to the hole.
Oh. The card.
Oh.
What's the matter? Are you stumped already?
No. I'm far from stumped, Mr. Edgeworth. I know for a fact that Mr. Sprocket didn't go to the hold.
Humph, you and your paper-thin bluffs. Mr. Sprocket's bloodstains on the lift prove he was through the hold. So what possible proof could you have that he did not, in fact, go through there?
You want proof? You got it. You can do this, Phoenix. There's gotta be proof that Sorin didn't go through the hold.
Well, Mr. Wright?
This proves that Mr. Sprocket didn't go through the hold.
Take that!
As anyone can see from the hold entry record, there's absolutely no mention of Sorin Sprocket entering the hold.
Ugh.
The defense asserts that Mr. Sprocket used a different route to get to the Vista deck.
You can assert all you want, Mr. Wright. But can you actually prove another route exists?
Can I prove the existence of another route to the Vista deck, you ask?
The only other thing is maybe that emergency exit, but that's a little extreme for someone that just got like stabbed.
Probably. Maybe. Just a little bit. Well, now that I really think about it, I guess it's going to be hard to prove.
What about the floor? What about the floor?
But I can't back down now. The trial will be over if I do. There's only one thing I can do at a time like this. I can prove it. Even if it's just a bluff, I have to present something. Anything that could prove the existence of a faster route to the Vista deck.
Very well then, Mr. Wright.
We're
Show
doing the
us how
door.
Okay.
Show us how Mr. Sprocket got to the deck.
Mr. Sprocket made for the Vista deck through here.
Through the emergency exits.
Take that!
To save his bride from danger, Mr. Sprocket opened the escape hatches and made his way out along the outside wall to the Vista deck.
My God, dude. Dude is insane.
Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Are we sure he's not like John Wick?
That would certainly be a much faster route to the Vista deck.
Objection!
I'm disappointed, Mr. Wright. Is that really the best you can muster? That escape hatch is not meant to be used to get to the reception hall to the Vista deck. One slip, and that's all it would take for Mr. Sprocket to plunge to his death.
I have to agree. The defense's claim is really stretching it.
Hold it!
I understand how it sounds, Your Honor. But at this point, it's too early to definitively say that he didn't go that way.
So that's what you're going with then, I take it?
I think I'd prefer to just try to go through the window.
Understandable. Of course, Your Honor.
Just take a chair, throw it to the window. Boom.
That could work.
This is real life, Mr. Wright, not some cinematic drivel or comic book. Do you have some sort of logical explanation to share that would convince us of your claim?
I do.
Do we?
Maybe.
Are you sure, Nick?
No.
Kinda. Actually, I have nothing. So I'll just have to wing it somehow.
On what do you base your theory that Mr. Sprocket made his way along the outside?
My theory that he was able to go along on the outside of the wall despite the danger is based on the power of love.
The power of
That's
love.
the power of love.
Dun,
Hey,
dun, 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 dun.
that song was featured in a movie about a time machine too.
The power of money, the power of authority. Oh, maybe he has like some kind of invention.
An invention. Okay, let's roll with it. The power of money. Mr. Sprocket used the cloud of currency to move along that wall.
You know what, Phoenix? I was kind of going more like Iron Man with it, not Spider-Man, but with like $100 bills.
After all, you can make anything in the world move with money. You cannot make the moon stop rotating. Mr. Sprocket's a rich man, so he simply threw all his money around to make it happen. That was kind of a bogus thing to say, Nick. Huh?
I sense you have something against the wealthy.
Truly, a remarkable, a remark that reflects the meager state of your soul and your piggy bank.
I don't think money could have helped Mr. Sprocket in this situation. What's more, I suggest you work on enriching your own spirit, Mr. Wright.
Thanks, Judge. I'll take your 2 cents on it.
Well, I still stand by what I said.
Okay, let's see.
Power of
The
authority?
power of love. Or maybe the power of authority?
I don't really know what that means, but maybe? Maybe he
Phoenix
knows?
doesn't even know what he's saying right now. Let's go for it. The power of authority. A man of Mr. Sprocket's considerable authority could easily move along that wall. I bet his men had ropes and cushions at the ready in case he fell.
Objection!
Phoenix, he was like 100 feet up in the air. Hundreds. And these men you speak of, where in the world would they have come from?
Well, they'd pop up at the snap of Mr. Sprocket's finger.
I have no idea what you're trying to say, Mr. Wright. Were Mr. Sprocket a man of such great power and influence? Why would he have voluntarily put himself in harm's way?
That's a very good question, Your Honor.
A question you should have asked yourself from the start, Mr. Wright.
Men who appear at the snap of your fingers? The judge might not appreciate it, but I do.
Thanks, Maya.
I think Mr. Edgeworth does too.
I guess she's trying to cheer me up. Okay. I have to get it right this time.
The power of love, baby.
I told you, it was the name of the song the whole time. To save the bride he loves, the groom risked his life and rushed to her side.
I'm siding with Gamer here. I feel that just sounded. It has Joker answer written all over it.
This is a case that's been all about love. Why not go with it at this point? Mr. Sprocket was able to make it to the Vista despite the danger. Because of the power of love.
The power of love? That love is a source of strength that can help one overcome any obstacle.
Well, yeah, because it didn't take money. Okay, I thought the money answer was the one because he has the money and know-how to create gadgets, like maybe like a helicopter, like backpack or something, you know?
I think I can relate, thanks to my own long, happy marriage.
Aw.
Wow. He actually seems to be buying it.
Objection!
Edgeworth's not. The power of love, you say? That kind of illogical argument is hardly viable in a court of law. Would you agree, Your Honor?
No. I'm afraid not, Mr. Edgeworth. You should never underestimate the power of love. You'll understand one day when you get married.
Which I won't.
You don't want to get married? Huh.
Exactly what is so wrong with wishing to remain unwed? Exactly. That's what I'm
I don't
wondering.
know. I feel like you could make a pretty decent dad, Edgeworth. Way to set him off, Your Honor. I feel like he could raise some well-disciplined sons and daughters.
That could, you know what, that could go crazy.
What?
I don't know, just Edgeworth as a father, that would be, like, they would be probably top of their class.
Yeah, I think he could raise some swell kids.
Never mind all this unscientific nonsense. Are you aware, Mr. Wright, that at the time of the crime, there was a huge propeller turning at full speed between the hatch and the Vista deck? Even if a person were to go outside through the hatch. Whee! They'd be blown away in an instant. Where does your power of love get you now, Mr. Wright?
A huge spinning propeller, you say?
The judge is probably just thinking, nah, I'd win.
In that case, I have to admit, it does seem impossible.
I should have known.
Nick, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. The worst times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Right?
Right. I feel like I just saw Mia looking at me out through Maya's eyes.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you gaping at me like a giant sunfish?
Thank you, Maya. You just helped me You just helped me remember something really important.
There it is. There's that fearless smile I was looking for. Now give us a mind-blowing theory, just like you always do.
Now I have to turn my thinking around. Instead of wondering how Sorin could have moved past the huge propeller, I have to think about what would have made it possible for him to do so.
Your Honor, Mr. Wright only makes that ridiculous face when his back is pressed against the wall. There's the quote. How does he know?
He's had how many trials against Phoenix?
No, the double entendre is what I'm talking about.
Mr. Edgeworth. It's still far too early to discount my theory.
I think I know where this is going. Operation Pterodactyl is in full effect.
Oh my.
What are you talking about? The airship's large spinning propellers have already shredded it to pieces.
But if we think a little more outside the box, I'm sure we can find a way he could have made it.
Stop trying to stall, Mr. Wright. And show us how it would have been possible, and show us how it could have been even remotely possible, if at all.
I must agree with Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well, Your Honor. There must have been a way. Some way that Sorin could have moved along the wall in spite of the propeller.
Now then, Mr. Wright. What specifically would have made it possible?
This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the Vista deck. The propellers were broken, the airship wasn't flying, he got to the deck some other way. Maybe the ship wasn't flying.
No, it was in the air. I think that's confirmed. It was in the air.
Well, this is the part where we turn our thinking around. I say we give it a try.
Okay.
What allowed Mr. Sprocket to go along the outside wall in spite of the propellers? Is the location of the flying chapel at the time of the crime.
The location of the flying chapel? But wasn't it flying high in the sky?
No, Your Honor. I'm afraid it wasn't.
What? Then where was it?
At the time of the murder, the airship wasn't flying through the sky, but moored to the ground.
What?
You called it, dude.
Yay. And if the airship wasn't flying, then that means
The propellers weren't going.
the propellers weren't turning. In which case, Mr. Sprocket could have gotten to the Vista deck along the outside wall. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Irk! Oh, his thumb. he's hitting that mechanical pencil so hard. Irk! I don't remember.
Ow! He stabbed himself with the pencil. That's gonna leave a mark.
Objection!
Even if the propeller wasn't turning, it would have been far too risky to go that way.
Ah, but Mr. Edgeworth, you're forgetting about the power of love.
The judge is like, ah, yes, Edgeworth, the power of love.
Yes, the amazing power of love.
Didn't you say last time that we just know these characters?
We know these characters. Dude, this has happened so many times throughout this series. We have predicted what these guys were going to say so many times.
I love the judge, though. The judge is such a great character.
He is.
Not this again. Very well. For the sake of argument, let's assume the so-called power of love made it possible for Mr. Sprocket to move along the outside wall of the airship. Can you prove that the airship was tied to the ground as you claim, Mr. Wright?
Well,
The pterodactyl.
I don't have any evidence that proves where the airship was at the time.
You could prove it, can't you?
Maya, can you think of anything we can use to prove it?
I can't say. Oh, wait! Didn't somebody see something outside a window at the time of the crime? I think I remember someone saying as much.
Don't I have a piece of evidence that shows what was outside in the airship?
Well, what are you waiting for? Oh, that weird fucked up sign.
Sign. Oh, I think I remember what you were talking about.
That's what Larry saw.
This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the murder.
What kind of lousy drawing is that?
It's a drawing made by Larry Butts.
And what can you prove with that poor attempt at artistry? That hurts, Mr. Edgeworth.
Larry, my entire existence hurts when you're around, so we're even now. Larry made this drawing before he switched the lanterns. So it must have been right around the time when the murder was being committed. Now, if I could direct the court's attention here.
Is that a pterodactyl? Does that mean the airship went back in time to the Cretaceous period?
Objection!
We've already proven that time travel is nothing more than a gimmick, did we not?
We did, and I have no intention of bringing up that argument again. But this drawing shows us an important piece of information. It shows us that the airship was actually moored on the ground.
And what makes you so sure?
That's easy. All you have to do is consider who made this drawing.
Just something about his like little idol animation and the music is just perfect. Larry.
That's right. It was Mr. Butts, and we both know what he's like. He must have seen something else and mistaken it for a pterodactyl.
Hey, is it Zavy? Hello, how you doing?
Looks like it.
I can't argue with you there. Hey, wait just one doggone second here. What kind of moron do you guys take me for? I saw with my own eyes. What's up?
I was about to say, do we have to answer?
I saw with my own eyes. A pterodactyl flew right by my window. I tell ya. I have a sharp eyes of an artist. Don't you believe me? No. No. Nick!
Nope.
Some friends you guys are. What about the judge? You believe me, right, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you need to leave this courtroom. Bailiff, if you would.
Judge is like, get your ass out of here.
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Why doesn't anyone believe me?
Life of a Larry. Don't take it personally, Larry. I know you were just being, well, you. Good. Exactly. My sentiments exactly. Good. Good riddance.
Now then, so you're saying that what Mr. Butts really saw bears some relation to what was outside the airship at the time of the murder?
Yes, Your Honor. At least I think it does. What this pterodactyl really is will prove the airship was anchored at the mooring dock. It had better, anyway. If it doesn't, my whole argument is bust.
If you're that confident about it, please go ahead and tell us what it really is.
Yes, Your Honor. Think, Phoenix. What could that pterodactyl have actually been?
Take that!
Please take a good look at this sign.
At the sign? It appears to have been broken and then repaired. But what does that have to do with the pterodactyl?
Please focus on this part of the sign.
The part that broke off and got reattached? What about it?
Oh my gosh, it does. It looks just like it, what he drew.
Wow.
Okay, you know what? Larry is a pretty good artist. Who would have thought?
How about if we turn it like this?
Oh, that shape! It's in the... it's the pterodactyl in the drawing!
What Mr. Butts actually saw was this chunk as it was being blown through the air by the wind.
What?
Why do I have a feeling they backdoor their way into having Larry into this case? Because they're realizing, what witness would think that's an actual pterodactyl? Oh my god, we gotta put Larry back in here.
How do we go about making people think there was a pterodactyl? Just everybody in the room just looks at each other. Larry.
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 Only Larry.
On the day of the murder, there was some heavy winds in the area of the morning dock. But it's hard to imagine that this sign would make it up as high as the airship would fly. That means the flying chapel must have been anchored at the morning dock that night. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Objection!
That's more than enough of this power of love nonsense, you pop culture junkie. It was a reference to that. Present all the proof you want, but your argument is based far too much on conjecture. Why don't we return to reality now?
What do you mean, too much conjecture?
Even if the airship wasn't flying, that alone doesn't prove the witness went along the wall.
True. Now, true. Even now, it's no more than a possibility.
Then how do you propose Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck, Mr. Edgeworth?
I noticed something as I went over the evidence. Please take a look at this hold entry record.
What about it? I don't see Mr. Sprocket listed on here anywhere.
Don't you remember? In yesterday's session, we had a very similar kind of argument.
Did we?
Honestly, Mr. Wright, are you going senile already? We talked about Larry Butts using the defendant's key card to enter the hold.
Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we?
In other words, even if a person's name isn't on the entry record, it's still possible for that person to have entered by using someone else's card. Mr. Sprocket, you entered the hold with Mr. Nichety, didn't you? I did.
What? Why didn't you tell us that in the first place?
Pierce is indispensable. I didn't want to mention him unnecessarily and risk having him wrongly accused. I couldn't do without him.
Mr. Sprocket, I ask that you testify in greater detail about your movements that night.
The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. That's why my name doesn't appear on the hold entry record. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over.
Well, this didn't help me one bit.
Mr. Sprocket, you concealed information from us time and time again. Who do you think you are, treating this court of laws with such irreverence? That being said, I do appreciate the testimony you gave just now. Thanks to you, we now know why your name doesn't appear on the entry record. Now there are no more inconsistencies in the witness's testimony.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. He never leaves a loose end. He never leaves a loose end dangling. You okay, Nick?
I wouldn't exactly call this situation okay. Somehow I'll have to coax the information we need for an opening out of him. Even if I even can, that is.
Hold it!
You didn't mention this because you didn't want Mr. Nichety to fall under suspicion? Is that because he has something to hide?
I just didn't want the police to take up his time with all of their questions, that's all. Neither the company nor the household would function smoothly without him.
I see. Wow. Sounds like Pierce is absolutely indispensable to the Sprockets. Anyway, getting back to your statement. When did you meet up with Mr. Nichety?
We met up on my way to the Vista deck. I think Pierce and some of my relatives were on the other floor. but Pierce had heard the commotion and came running to my aid.
You could hear the pandemonium all the way from another floor?
Mr. Wright, would you like the current statement added to the witness's testimony?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Very well.
Hold it!
Did Mr. Nichity come alone?
I believe some of his subordinates were with him, but I don't remember exactly how many.
He may say there were others, but seeing how they pulled off that second reception, can't completely trust anything he has to say either. I see. So you, Mr. Nichity, and a few others headed to the Vista deck, is that right?
That's right.
Hold it!
Your name doesn't appear on the hold entry record. Because you entered with Mr. Nichity using his key card?
That's right.
So I guess the hold entry record doesn't matter as much as we thought. But now that Sorin's saying he was with Pierce and a few others, it's pretty tough to refute the statement.
What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Cat's got your tongue? Did you finally realize there's no point in continuing this trial any longer?
Of course not! I'll wipe that smug look off your face. Mr. Sprocket, please continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
Speaking of your injury, how are you doing now?
The knife wound is deep and continues to throb with pain. Fortunately, my internal organs were spared. But one wrong move would have spelled the end for me there.
Even so, I've seen you up and about all over the place since the incident.
I'm only following my doctor's orders to perform some daily light exercises.
Mr. Wright, would you like Mr. Sprocket's statement about his condition added to his testimony? Not that it appears especially relevant to me.
Should I have him add that statement to the testimony?
Let's have it added.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to have it added to his testimony.
I see. Very well.
Something about this seems off.
The knife wound is deep and continues to throb with pain.
Wait.
What's on your mind?
This knife doesn't look that deep.
The tip broke off, so...
I'm gonna press him first, just to see what happens.
Hold it!
Your injury was really that deep?
Luckily, it missed my internal organs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive right now. According to his doctor, his injury will take about 3 weeks to heal. There's no way someone with that kind of injury could have gone along the outside wall.
But he might have been able to with the burst of adrenaline brought on by the pain.
Adrenaline. Is that your answer for everything? In a court of law, the only thing that matters is evidence, not rampant speculation.
At least admit it's scientific rampant speculation.
May I continue?
Yes, of course.
I'm gonna try it.
Go for it.
Call it a Hail Mary.
Objection!
Oh, is it?
Mr. Sprocket, you just said your injury is a knife wound, didn't you? But the weapon you were stabbed with was this candelabra. A fact I know you're quite aware of.
Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Sorin himself. As you surmised, Master Sorin was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple were in the reception hall when, suddenly, Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Sorin went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Sorin was stabbed with the candelabra, he said.
Objection!
It must have been a simple memory slip that made him misspeak. It happens to everyone. It has nothing to do with this case. You must be pretty desperate to point out something so minute.
I have to agree, Mr. Wright. You hardly need to make such a big deal over such a small mistake.
But I contend that it's an important inconsistency. Besides, I couldn't find anything else. This is the only thing I have to go after.
And I say it's not important. Now, let's not waste any more time on this matter.
I agree. Everybody has a little memory lapse now and then.
Hold it!
But Your Honor, please let me explain.
But can you? Can you really explain to this court what makes this slip so important?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. After all, it was Sorin himself who told Pierce that he'd been stabbed by the candelabra. This is more than a memory slip. There has to be some kind of reason to it.
Well, Mr. Wright, please explain why the witness's slip of the tongue is so important.
The point to focus on is why the witness would mistake the weapon used to stab him. Carefully, Phoenix. This could very well change the course of the trial.
I see. So why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Wright?
Could it be possible he got stabbed by both? He's covering for someone. He did not misspeak because he writes down everything. He has he has a memory of it. He's covering.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sprocket is trying to cover for someone.
I guess not.
He is. And who might that be?
Well, Mr. Gloomsbury, maybe.
Objection!
Why would Mr. Sprocket try to recover for the man who stabbed him? And regardless the weapon, the fact remains that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed the witness.
Exactly, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, sorry, Nick, but I have to agree.
I guess that's my mistake.
Too bad. Too bad there's no one to cover up for you, Mr. Wright. You'll have to accept this penalty. You'll have to accept this penalty all by your lonesome.
I wouldn't mind having someone to cover up for me every once in a while. Well, can't lose heart now. I've got to keep trying. Mr. Sprocket identified the wrong person because...
He has no memory of it?
I guess. I can't think of what else it could be. He doesn't remember the incident, let alone the weapon used against him. Not only that, but I believe Mr. Sprocket has some sort of memory disorder.
Oh, that explains... Okay, that explains the note-taking.
Therefore, the defense contends that Mr. Sprocket's testimony is thus far invalid.
That explains why he has no recollection of the second reception.
Objection!
I don't think that's quite right. I think he remembers it.
Just because you can't find a flaw in his testimony, you want to throw it all out? Your baseless claim is nothing but pure slander of the witness's character.
Mr. Edgeworth is correct, Mr. Wright. Can you explain your grounds for making this claim?
Of course, Your Honor. Think of what Sorin said, how he behaved. That's where I'll find the clue.
Very well. Let's hear your argument then.
My grounds for claiming that Mr. Sprocket has a memory disorder is his pen. Okay. Or his notebook, my bad.
His airplane pen.
The notebook he always has with him. I saw daily events and information about the people around him recorded in it.
Like a diary, perhaps?
No, Your Honor. It's much too detailed to be an ordinary diary. It's more on the order of a database, actually.
A database, you say?
That's right. For some reason, Mr. Sprocket is apparently unable to retain memories. That's why he writes down every little detail of his life down in his notebook.
Objection!
How could you possibly know that for sure? He might just be extremely compulsive person.
I thought so too myself at first. To be honest, we accidentally got a stain on that notebook yesterday.
You mean you got a stain on it?
Are you kidding me? Don't you? Hey, you're the one who tried to grab it out of my...
Never mind whose fault it was. Just get to the point already.
Right. Sorry. Mr. Sprocket. The page Miss Fay got a stain on yesterday. That's the page with the details of your stabbing on it, isn't it?
No, I only write in this notebook because I'm very compulsive. Now drop the subject already.
Sorry, but I'm not convinced. I noticed an odd fact about your notebook, Mr. Sprocket. On the earlier pages, you used to write down invention ideas. But after a certain date, you started writing down a lot more and in much more detail. I believe your memory disorder stems from what happened on that date.
Something so monumental, it could cause a memory disorder, Mr. Wright.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, but I do know what I'm talking about, and this is the proof. The thing that caused Mr. Sprocket's memory disorder.
Take that!
You were involved in this car accident too, weren't you, Mr. Sprocket? And the shock of losing your beloved older sister is what caused you to develop your memory disorder.
Is this true, Mr. Sprocket?
Well, is it?
Mr. Sprocket!
Ugh. It's true. That accident did something to my mind. What? Ever since that day, every time I go to sleep, I lose my memories. And when I wake up, the most recent thing I can remember is the day I lost my sister. Shit!
That's rough.
Oh, God. It's as if I'm constantly going back in time.
What? That's truly tragic.
An inconsolable time traveler who goes back in time whenever he goes to sleep. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand.
So that's what Sorin meant. He was talking about himself.
The reaction of the people around me each time I woke made me aware of my condition. That's why I decided to write everything down in my notebook so I could move forward.
So the only memories you have since that day are the ones written in that notebook?
That's right.
And since the page about your stabbing got stained, you couldn't read from it, could you? There's just one more thing I'd like for you to clarify for me, Mr. Sprocket. Exactly what are you feeling towards the victim?
Mr. Sprocket's feeling towards Dumas Gloomsbury?
That's right, Your Honor. The witness said every time he wakes up from sleep, his mind goes back to the day his sister died.
Mr. Wright, you can't mean. Edgeworth, don't play Golden Boy here. You have no right.
None. Mr. Sprocket. Your pent-up feeling of anger and resentment towards Mr. Gloomsbury for the accident were renewed each and every time you woke, were they not? But you couldn't take it anymore, so you turned to murder. Isn't that right?
What? Mr. Wright, are you saying that the witness murdered Mr. Gloomsbury? For revenge?
Ugh.
Well, Mr. Sprocket,
Oh, I think Edgeworth knows something.
you think?
I think he knows something. You know how they were talking and trying to get this whole thing swept under the rug?
Oh, the Sprocket family?
Yep.
Okay.
I think he knows something. He wants to. I think he's being all coy, like, "Oh, I'm going to uphold the law." No, I think he's trying to protect everyone.
Miss Wyatt. Your Honor. I did it. I killed Mr. Gloomsbury. No!
What?
Of course.
Miss Wyatt, what are you trying to do?
Don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route! Sorin is innocent! He can't be found guilty! Take me instead!
Ellen, please, try and get a hold of yourself. I guess she really meant it. My Sorin didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should be convicted.
Are we to understand that you're confessing your guilt?
No, no, no! Now wait just a minute.
Ellen, why would you cover for me? After I testified that I thought you must have killed him.
I'll admit, I couldn't believe my own ears at first. But all I want is for you to be happy. Your happiness is my happiness, Sorin.
But without my notebook, I'd even forget those feelings of yours by tomorrow. Knowing that, do you still feel this way?
You've loved me all this time.
The same way you did before the accident. That's how I know that you're the same person I've always loved. No disorder can change that.
Ellen. Your Honor, there are 2 things I'd like to correct.
2 corrections. What are they?
First of all, I want to withdraw one of my statements. That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. Without memories to rely on, I took the police completely at their word. You can't be serious.
So that means... Sorin never really doubted Ellen in the first place, did he, Nick?
Aww. Okay, maybe he's not going to get a cast iron to the head.
Yeah! Ellen really does love Sorin with all her heart. This is going to be an insane story to tell their children. Hey, kids! Let me tell you about the time I almost got your mom convicted of murder.
These are our kids?
But in order to save her, I still have to go after Sorin. I hope you can forgive me, Ellen.
And what is your other correction, Mr. Sprocket?
The truth is, I never felt anger or resentment towards Dumas about my sister.
What? Why not?
That's because the one who caused the car accident was me.
Oh.
What?
Order! Order in the court! Please continue, Mr. Sprocket.
I'm the one who killed my sister. To protect my career and my future, my father made Dumas take the blame. In exchange for money and the position of lead servant. So you see, Dumas must have held a grudge against me, not the other way around. And he must have attacked Ellen to get his revenge on me.
Are you sure about all this, Mr. Sprocket?
Very sure. It's all been written down in detail in my notebook.
That notebook is important evidence supplying background to this case. I must insist you submit it as evidence.
The lawyer said I had turned to murder, but that's just not true. However, it is true that my older sister at Dumas was both dead because of me and my negligence.
I just glanced through through Mr. Sprocket's notebook. I wasn't able to read the part about when he stabbed due to the bloodstain, or when he was stabbed due to the bloodstain. But what's written here about his sister's car accident is exactly as he stated.
Your Honor, as long as it matches what's written in the notebook, can we still take the witness's testimony as valid in spite of his memory disorder?
Yes, I believe we can.
I understand now that the witness's memory is in disarray. But if what Mr. Sprocket himself wrote in this notebook is true, then that means by the time Mr. Sprocket's party reached the scene, the victim had already been killed.
Edgeworth's right. I'm still in the same bind as before. But should I really accept the contents of the notebook as a substitute for Sorin's memory?
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Will you accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as an official representation of his memories?
I will accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as an official or will I? Wait a minute, Your Honor. The defense requests a chance to examine the notebook to see if it's trustworthy.
Very well, but be quick about it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So how should we examine it?
Well, we should look at it from all different angles to see if there's anything suspicious.
I'm leaning towards what you're thinking, gamer. I feel like someone maybe mess with it.
That is a possibility, yes. There's no point if I don't look at what's inside. I have to open it. With your permission, Sorin, here I go. Yikes! Oh, it's just a page Maya got all stained. But I guess it's not going to be very helpful at the moment. I'll keep going.
Oh.
This is the last page where there's writing.
Is there anything with a tear? Interesting.
Something about this page doesn't sit right with me.
It's also in big letters compared to Sorin's small, neat penmanship, because he needs to fit a lot of information in these pages.
That is true. I better take a closer look. Huh? A page has been torn out. And it looks like there's something written on it. It looks like a page has been torn out here. Mr. Sprocket, do you know what's written on it?
Oh, that? I often tear out a page when I write when I write somebody a note. I probably wrote something down for somebody, tore it out, and gave it to him.
Oh, yeah.
That solves that then.
Objection!
Wait a minute. We can't ignore the possibility that something important was written on that page.
But now that the page has been torn out, how can we determine what was written there?
Well... let's see. To find what was written in the notebook, we should...
Hold up to a light, heat it with a lighter, use fingerprint powder. We were given fingerprint powder.
We could give it a try, yeah. If we use fingerprint powder on the notebook, we might be able to see what was written.
Fingerprint powder? How would that help us find out what was written there?
Well, if the writing left indentions on the blank page behind it,
Okay, that makes sense.
fingerprint powder could make those small indentions visible to the naked eye.
Oh, stop. Fingerprint power will only sully the notebooks further.
Mr. Wright, if you use the powder and still don't find anything, then you must accept the notebook as a representation of the witness's memories.
All right, Your Honor. I understand. If I don't find anything, it's all over anyway. Powder, don't fail me now. I will now use fingerprint powder on the blank page to find out if we can see what was written on the torn out page. First, I'll apply some fingerprint powder to these pages with A. When I've dusted on enough powder, I'll use blow. I'll blow the excess powder away. If something should appear, I should switch to analyze mode. Point out what came up, then confirm my choice.
Just get it all. Oh.
There's some on the torn out piece too. Oh, we can go the whole...
Oh.
Wait. Is there any more on the top?
Oh, whoops.
Looks like didn't get quite enough fingerprint powder. Yeah, I think we need all the powder. All the page. That should do. Dumas took Ellen to the Vista deck. I struck and killed Dumas. Oh no. It says I struck and killed Dumas. This is huge. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what was written on the torn out page. What?
It can't be.
I don't believe it! There has to be some kind of mistake! Sorin would never, could never!
Oh no. Miss Wyatt!
Bailiff, please get the defendant to the infirmary at once. Apparently the defendant got too worked up. She's resting in the infirmary as we speak. Now then, please continue, Mr. Wright.
You know, I just came to a realization.
Yes.
So remember when we were throwing around the theory that Pierce was the surgeon?
Yeah.
The fact that Sorin was the one that technically killed his sister. And she
Okay.
was to marry the surgeon.
Oh.
He now has a motive.
Oh, he does. Yes, Your Honor. This notebook is all Mr. Sprocket has to remember things by. With this critical page torn out. Not even Mr. Sprocket himself knew the truth of what he had done.
I'm the one who killed Dumas. So it wasn't Ellen. Oh, thank goodness.
Mr. Sprocket, does this mean that you were at the scene of the crime during the murder after all?
Can you imagine going to prison with his condition?
That would be horrible.
He would probably, if this was real, would they be a special like arrangement for him? Would he be in like a psych ward? Not that it would be better.
I mean, maybe. I feel like there's a case to be made there.
I guess I must have been.
But Mr. Sprocket, can we really believe what's written in this notebook?
Nobody touches this notebook without me, but me. Except there was one person that had it. The Butler! And when I sleep, it's under lock and key. I don't remember writing that I killed Dumas, but I guess I must have.
Well. Now that we have a confession, I'm afraid I must render my verdict.
Of all the... Yes, Your Honor. Please give your ruling now, while Ellen is asleep. I want the woman I love to be set free as soon as possible.
Sorin really does love Ellen after all, doesn't he?
Yeah. So this is how it ends. But is that really how it went down? Is there really no way for the both of them to be happy?
I know we should consider anything written in this notebook to be true, but still.
I myself wrote of the crime in my notebook. No further proof is necessary.
Sorin himself wrote it in his notebook. Wait a minute.
Very well. I will now give my verdict.
Ellen is about to be found not guilty, and Sorin will be convicted for the crime instead. And yet... Am I really ready for the judge to give his ruling?
No.
No. Not when there's still one more avenue left to explore.
This court finds the defendant.
Your Honor, there's still something that bothers me about that notebook.
Oh? Is there?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? All you have to do is keep quiet, and your client is a free woman.
I know. But I think there's more to this case than meets the eye.
You better be NDA'd, Phoenix.
I'm not quite sure yet, but I think there still might be a way. A way for Ellen and Sorin to be happy.
What do you mean by more than meets the eye, Mr. Wright?
I believe the question here, Your Honor, should be... Why was the incriminating page torn out in the first place?
Why? To destroy the evidence, I would imagine.
But removing the notebook is the same as removing it from Mr. Sprocket's memory. Which means he wouldn't have been able to trick the police if he came under suspicion. No. If he wanted to cover up his crime, he would have to remember that he could have done it. Or that he had done it.
Just what are you getting at with this line of inquiry, Mr. Wright?
Yes, please explain it so that we can all understand.
Yes, Your Honor. The page was torn out of the notebook because... the incriminating page was torn out by somebody else.
What?
Butler's shifting in his seat right now.
Order! Order! Are you claiming a third person interfered with the notebook?
It's not surprising if you consider what's happened here up until now. After both the car accident and the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury, there was always a cover-up not far behind.
But I had my notebook with me at all times.
You did? Because I remember you were in a panic yesterday because you couldn't find it.
That's true.
So who orchestrated this particular cover-up, Mr. Wright?
If we think back over the course of this trial, it's pretty easy to guess. the one who may have tried to tamper with Sorin's memory is the Butler.
Take that!
Pierce Nichety. The one who tampered with the notebook in order to manipulate Mr. Sprocket's memory is Pierce Nichety.
Pierce? Pierce tried to tamper with my memories? Pierce was manipulating me?
Case in point, the two receptions that were held to cover up the murder. It was Mr. Nichety who directed the guests and orchestrated the entire scheme.
No, it can't be. Which of my memories are mine, and which have been rewritten? Oh, that is scary.
That is... Whoa.
Oh, that's terrifying. When did he start rewriting my memories? Who wrote this? And this? And this? And this? And this? And this? And this? Ah!
Huh?
Save the world. My final
He literally
message.
took off!
What? Please, no, we just had that roof rebuilt last year.
Look, Nick! He's coming back down!
Thank you for not destroying the roof.
My memories. Ellen.
Mr. Sprocket!
Bailiff, please get Mr. Sprocket to the infirmary. On the double! Mr. Sprocket has been taken to the infirmary. We don't have to worry about him running away, so let us resume where we left off.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Pierce Nichety to the stand.
Objection!
We already know he carried out the cover-up to protect the company and Mr. Sprocket. We're gonna get the old school Edgeworth and Phoenix versus the actual person.
Here we go.
What more do you want from him?
This time is different. The notebook, or rather, Mr. Sprocket's memories, have been tampered with. That means the only person who knows the whole truth is now Mr. Nichety.
Don't tell me. Are you actually trying to drum up a third suspect? In order to exonerate the defendant and her groom?
I'm not drumming up anything, nor do I have grounds to accuse him of anything. Yet. All I know is that Mr. Nichety is the only one who knows the truth. And I think he's still hiding something. Something we don't know about yet.
Humph. No grounds yet, is it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution consent to calling the witness to the stand?
It does, Your Honor. However, I would like a little time to talk with the witness before we do.
Very well. We will break for a 20-minute recess.
To be continued. We've been going for 4 hours. You want to finish it up?
I can keep going.
I can too, but I'm going to take the opportunity to do a quick bathroom break.
I'll do the same.
We'll be right back. All right, I am back, guys.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back. All right, so let's get started.
Let's.
Boop, boop. There we go. Let's roast this butler.
I'm ready to cook.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm like SpongeBob. I'm ready to stand in front of a hot grill and just fry some meat. Now we'll have to face Pierce on the stand. I'm not sure if I should be surprised or not. One thing's for sure, he won't be an easy adversary.
So, do you think Pierce did it?
It's too early to say anything at this point. But I do think he's hiding something.
Nick! Why didn't you pin everything on Sorin Loser back there?
Looks like Larry hasn't given up on Ellen. My goodness, I seriously... I want to get the iron boot.
If this Pierce guy is the real bad guy, then Sorin and my Ellie would live happily ever after together!
Larry, that's not the kind of thing a decent human being says. Oh, man.
Shame on you, Larry!
Oh, boo-hoo! You think I don't know? I know I have to give up on my Ellie!
You better do it fast because the boot waits for nobody.
But Nick, promise you'll make her happy. She deserves a happily ever after.
I'm sure Sorin will make her happy once all this is said and done.
The trial's about to resume, Mr. Wright.
All right. You ready, Maya?
Yep! Let's go!
I'll be rooting for you, Nick.
This court is now back in session. Witness, please take the stand. Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Pierce Nichedy. I am the Sprocket family butler.
Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Nichedy. Someone tore out a page from Mr. Sprocket's notebook to manipulate his memories. And that person was you, wasn't it?
That is correct. What about it?
Well, that was easy. So why did you do it? Why did you tamper with Mr. Sprocket's notebook?
Please allow me to explain. It pains me to do this, but I will tell you the truth.
It pains you?
That is correct. For my testimony will go against Master Sorin's wishes.
Sorin's wishes? What is he talking about?
I rushed to the Vista deck, but the crime had already been committed. I saw Miss Ellen and Gloomsbury collapsed, and Master Sorin writing in his notebook. Master Sorin said to me, "I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen." But I went against his orders. I tore the page out of his notebook and hid the body.
Wait a second. What Mr. Sprocket was writing in his notebook at the time, could it be... It was meant to be a confession, an admission he killed Mr. Gloomsbury. He wrote that message to take the blame for Miss Wyatt?
That is correct. Master Sorin did hit Gloomsbury with the timekeeper to save Miss Ellen.
Then Mr. Sprocket was the culprit after all.
However, that blow did not kill Gloomsbury. That makes sense. Mr. Sprocket's injury would have made him, wouldn't allow him to put much force into it. Enraged, Gloomsbury tried to attack Master Sorin, who was already seriously wounded. But just in the nick of time, Miss Ellen hit Gloomsbury from behind and finished him off, it would seem. So the one who inflicted the fatal blow was the defendant. Yes, that is correct. But Master Sorin tried to take all of the blame onto himself.
No way! This is pretty bad, Nick.
No kidding. Pretty bad is an understatement.
Well, Mr. Wright. It seems your decision to call for Mr. Nickety has backfired. For the true culprit behind the case remains the defendant, Ellen Watt.
Ugh. Could this get any worse? But Pierce was involved in the cover-up plot. And I bet he still has something to hide.
Hold it!
Wait a minute. I thought you went to the Vista deck with Mr. Sprocket.
Actually, that is not true.
What? What do you mean?
I found this out afterwards, but Master Sorin went to the Vista deck alone. He went out of the escape hatch in the reception hall and went along the outside wall. The power of love, baby! You can't be serious. You mean Mr. Wright's adopted guess was actually correct?
What's with the adopted?
I suppose truth really is stranger than fiction.
So, Mr. Nichety, when you got to the scene, you saw Mr. Gloomsbury, or when you got to the scene, you saw Mr. Gloomsbury, Miss Wyatt, and Mr. Sprocket. Is that right?
That is exactly right.
Hold it!
So when you and your group arrived at the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed?
That is correct. Gloomsbury had already been struck. Miss Ellen had lost consciousness, probably from the shock of the incident.
And how did Mr. Sprocket appear?
He was bleeding from the stab wound he received from Gloomsbury. Barely conscious, he was writing something in his notebook.
So the mysterious third person Ellen saw really was Sorin then.
Hold it!
So Mr. Sprocket wrote a note of confession in order to take the blame for Miss Wyatt?
Yes. That notebook is the only form of memory Master Sorin has. So you understand what his action meant, I trust.
What did it mean, Nick?
Sorin, everything in that notebook is true. So Sorin tried to take the blame by altering his own memory to make himself think he did it.
No.
Master Sorin truly loves Miss Ellen. It must have been love that made him do that.
Hold it!
Mr. Nichety, could you please tell this court about that in more detail?
That, you say? Which part did you mean, Mr. Wright? Could you be more specific?
Oh, all right. What part do I want to know more about?
Hiding the body is probably...
Please tell me more about the hiding of the body.
Very well. After saying he would take the blame, Master Sorin passed out. That's when I hid the body. I quickly took the lift down to the hold, where I hid Gloomsbury's still warm body in the spare peggable lantern.
So it was you who hid the body, not the defendant?
To think Mr. Butts would have moved the lantern containing the body to the reception hall. Well, I did not see that coming.
I don't blame you. Not even Larry can predict what Larry will do next. Maybe I should take another look at the lantern in the evidence.
Let's go ahead. Victim found collapsed inside one of the peggable lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals, a note, and broken parts of the lantern. Petals were found not in the reception hall, because it was in the hold. The restored lantern. There's blood stain on the inside wheel handle, as if someone gripped it with a bloody hand.
Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony?
Yes, please.
Very well. Please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. GCD.
In the hold, I hid the still warm body in the spell. Oh, wait. So, you know how the outside wheel is bloodied?
Uh-huh.
That's supposed to be inside.
Right.
If it's bloodied inside, it will make sense if Dumas got it bloody, because he's closing the lantern with his bloodied hand, his bloodied dominant hand.
Or opening it.
Or opening it, that's true.
Because if it's the inside handle, then yeah, he'd have to turn the wheel and whatnot.
However, Pierce has no blood on him.
Ah.
Objection!
Could it be? Is that what happened? If what I'm thinking is true, then maybe I can prove neither Ellen nor Sorin did it.
You gave Phoenix an inch.
Mr. GCD, you said the body was still warm when you hit it, correct? So then, what if Mr. Gloomsbury was still alive when you went to put his body inside the lantern?
What?
What?
That's preposterous.
Actually, this shows that the victim might have still been alive while inside the lantern.
I'm afraid you'll have to point out which part you're talking about, Mr. Wright.
This part here shows that the victim might have still been alive inside the lantern. The wheel.
The wheel.
As you can see, the back of the lantern is a door. And there's blood here on the wheel handle.
Objection!
That bloodstain must have gotten there when the witness put the body inside the lantern. It in no way shows that the victim drew his last breath while he was within the lantern.
I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. For you see, in putting this lantern back together, The police inadvertently placed the inside handle on the outside, and vice versa. In other words, the wheel handles got swapped.
Oh my! So they got swapped?
Yes, they got swapped.
What? But that's ridiculous.
Not at all. If you compare the other male Pegable lantern in the reception hall, it's quite obvious the wheel handles were attached backwards.
The detective in charge of restoration will see me in my office later. Uh-oh, poor Emma.
Oh no.
Hey, welcome back, Wooly.
Sorry, Emma. And good luck.
In that case, what does the bloodstain on the wheel handle mean?
The bloodstain didn't get there by chance. When the victim was put inside the lantern, he was only unconscious, not dead. When he regained consciousness, he probably tried to get out of the lantern. So he grasped the inner wheel handle, and that's what got the blood on it. That proves the victim was still alive when he was inside the lantern.
Ah, so he only got bonked once outside. At the time, I was completely convinced Gloomsbury was dead. Had I checked more carefully, he might have survived. Unfortunate, to be sure, but not significant enough to change this trial's outcome.
Again, I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. It actually has a very significant impact on this case.
The victim was struck by the defendant and died from his injuries sometime later. There's nothing more to it.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong. Let's take another look at Mr. Gloomsbury's autopsy report, shall we? Please focus on the description of his injuries. It says, one contusion was found on the back of the head, and one on the other side.
Yes, the one Mr. Sprocket gave him, and the one Miss Watt delivered to finish him off.
No, the defense would like to submit a different interpretation.
A different interpretation.
The victim was knocked unconscious by the first blow, and was then put into the lantern.
Then what about the lethal blow by the defendant that the witness talked about?
Yes, well, that didn't happen. After some time, the victim regained consciousness and tried to get out of the lantern. That's when he received the second blow that finished him off.
Taking into account that the fact that the victim was alive for a period of time after the hit, or after the first hit, and that he did receive a second blow to the head, it does seem entirely possible.
Yes, as long as the first blow didn't kill the victim instantly. There's a possibility that someone other than Mr. Sprocket or Miss Wyatt delivered the fatal blow.
Objection!
Humph, that's all you've got. Even if there was a time lag between the two blows, the prosecution's position doesn't change.
What? What do you mean?
It's elementary, Mr. Wright. After the reception, when the defendant was cleaning up the reception hall, the victim, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came out of the lantern. Okay, that would be pretty spooky. It's like, you thought it was in the hold, and he just comes out of the reception hall like, what the hell are you doing here?
That would be kind of scary.
The defendant grabbed the murder weapon, which was right there, and finished him off.
That theory sounds awfully familiar.
Of course it does, Your Honor, because it's exactly what I proposed at the very start. The second blow was inflicted by the defendant after all.
I see. It seems a tangle of mystery has unraveled into a single thread.
Objection!
But as long as there's a possibility that the fatal blow was delivered by a third person, then we must continue deliberation.
Give it up, Mr. Wright. Unless you have something to prove the presence of your precious third person.
Okay, Nick, just relax. You can do this. Come now, take some deep breaths.
Good idea. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
There. Don't you feel better already?
Maya's right. I should calm down, get my focus back, and go over everything. And then hopefully I'll be able to find something that proves there was a third person. Let's see. First, why did Mr. Gloomsbury attack Ellen?
Because he was tired of taking the blame for the accident?
Something about that line of reasoning just doesn't quite feel right to me.
No? How come?
Well, if it's just a personal vendetta, he had already stabbed Sorin. So why then was he so determined to go after Ellen?
You're right. This whole thing feels too premeditated for a crime of passion.
But Gloomsbury didn't seem to have a personal grudge against Ellen. If Gloomsbury didn't have a personal reason to attack Ellen, then...
You've taken long enough, Mr. Wright. Now it's time for some action. What proof do you have that a third person was involved?
All right, I'll show you. I'm not completely sure of what I'm doing yet, but it looks like I'm out of time. This piece of evidence proves the involvement of a third person.
Take that!
I get it now. Now I see why this note bothered me so much when I first saw it. Looks like a note outline. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Your Honor, please take a look at this note.
This is the victim's murder plan, right?
It's definitely a murder plan, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury didn't write this note himself?
What?
This is how you intend to conjure up your mysterious third party, Mr. Wright. Can you even prove that note wasn't written by the victim?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Very well then. Please present your evidence, Mr. Wright.
This evidence proves that the victim didn't write the note.
His left hand is dominant.
Oh, that might work. This is the weapon Mr. Gloomsbury used to stab Mr. Sprocket.
Because if I was confused by this because I used to do the same thing in school. Because I'm right-handed. I
Yeah.
would smudge it like this because I'm right-handed.
Yeah, I get that.
Dare I ask, what that could possibly have to do with the note?
Mr. Gloomsbury's prints were found on this candelabra. And the prints were from his left hand.
So, that makes the victim left-handed, correct?
Exactly, Your Honor. The police looked into it, too, and confirmed as much. Now take a look at the smudged writing in this note. Notice how the smudging only starts from the middle of each preceding line. Has this been written by a lefty? Or had this been written by a lefty, the writing would be smudged from the far left end. That means that whoever wrote this note was definitely right-handed. In other words, somebody other than the victim wrote this note.
What? But if somebody other than Mr. Gloomsbury wrote the note, then what does this note mean?
Mr. Gloomsbury followed this note to the letter when he attacked Miss Wyatt. So clearly this note isn't a murder plan written by Mr. Gloomsbury, but rather... these are instructions to kill Miss Wyatt, issued by somebody else.
Objection!
If it wasn't the victim who wrote these so-called instructions, then who wrote it? Most of the people involved are right-handed, you know. He is correct. The majority of the family and their employees who were on the airship are indeed right-handed. Do you know that most people are left-hand dominant by birth, but they became righties just because of either being forced to or by watching someone else write?
I find that a little harder to believe.
Apparently, whenever I was doing hunter safety, they had us do a thing where we had to put our hands, cross our hands. And if you cross your hands and look at which one is on top. Just don't think about it, just cross your hands. Is it your right hand or your left hand?
Oh, you're telling me to do this right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Cross my arms.
Just put your hands on top of one another. Which one just feels natural? What do you do instantly without even thinking about it?
I put my right hand on top of my left hand.
Are you right hand dominant?
Yeah.
There you go. Apparently, according to hunter safety, they had us do that exercise. And I did that. My entire life I've been a righty. I was born left-hand dominant. And because of it, they had me shoot left-handed.
Huh.
So I thought that was just something interesting. And also, I had to take a lot of extra precautions when it came to writing. Like all my English and like writing comprehension and stuff like that was one of my like weaker subjects in school. So I had to do extra work with it. So I had to watch. I watched a right-handed person write, and I just mimicked it like that.
Okay.
I must say, that is a very rough and slipshod conjuncture you proposed. Hey, Captain Ghosty, no problem. We are interviewing Pierce right now.
I admit I haven't figured out who wrote it just yet.
Leave it to Mr. Edgeworth to go for the jugular.
Culprit who ordered Gloomsbury to attack Ellen. What could their motive have been?
It doesn't seem very likely that Ellen did anything to incur anybody's wrath, right?
Right. Not too likely, anyway. In that case, it has to be about Sorin.
If somebody were to hold a grudge against Sorin, what would it be about?
The accident, I guess. I could understand if Gloomsbury felt resentful about having to take the blame.
But the one who lost the most to the accident was Sorin's sister. She lost her life after all.
And left a fiancée, a widow. A widow who's probably this Butler.
Is widow a gender-neutral term?
I guess so. I don't think there is a term for a husband that lost his wife.
Let me look it up real fast. Term.
I don't see why not. I think it's one of those terms like kind of like waiter or actor. Like it can be gender neutral, but most people don't.
What do you call a man whose wife has died? Why is this written in a weird font? A widow is a woman whose spouse has died and who hasn't remarried. Okay, what's the male?
It said spouse. I think spouse is
It's a widow. If it's a woman, it's a widow. If it's a man, it's a widower.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
So if I had a wife, she died, then I'd be a widower, assuming I didn't get remarried. And if I died and my wife was left behind and she didn't get remarried, she'd be a widow. Okay.
Interesting.
Figure that out.
I feel as if that's one of those situations like actor and actress, but you can call it regardless. Like if you call it like, oh, he's a widow, people will know instantly what you're talking about, even if you didn't say widower.
Yeah, it's not the right term, but I get what you mean.
I had no clue there was a term for that. I never stopped to think about it. The more you learn.
Exactly. I don't think I read that actually.
Oh, whoop.
Sorin suffered too, of course. He was crushed by losing somebody so precious to him.
Somebody precious. Huh. Sorin's sister. Wait, there's one more person. There's somebody else who must hold a grudge against Sorin.
Did you figure something out?
Think so. I think somebody else used Gloomsbury to try and get revenge against Sorin.
Did you say something? Did you say somebody tried to get revenge against Mr. Sprocket, Mr. Wright?
The person who manipulated and used Mr. Gloomsbury was the fiancé.
The fiancé.
The person who used Mr. Gloomsbury to try and get revenge on Mr. Sprocket. And then finished Mr. Gloomsbury off and to silence him. was a man dear to Mr. Sprocket's older sister.
And once I saw that pocket watch, oh,
Selena Sprocket's fiance. Not that I'm positive, but it's certainly a possibility. This fiance could have made Gloomsbury attack Ellen to get revenge on Sorin.
what?
Her fiance? Order in the court! Order, I say!
Bless you.
Thank you.
Yes, it does seem quite believable that Miss Selena Sprocket's fiance would bear a grudge against Mr. Sprocket for his role in the accident.
Exactly, Your Honor. Maybe her fiance was trying to murder Miss Wyatt in order to make Mr. Sprocket experience the same pain he felt.
Objection!
Miss Sprocket's fiancé was a surgeon, if memory serves. But the only person who attended the reception were family and staff members.
That may be. But then that just means that Miss Sprocket's fiance must have been among those who attended.
What? Really?
Of course. Otherwise, how could he have killed how could he have killed Gloomsbury?
Oh, I see what you're doing. This is just another giant bluff, isn't it?
All right, I'll bite. Who exactly do you claim this fiancé to be?
Yes, I would like to know as well.
Are you sure you're gonna be okay, Nick?
Maybe. When it comes to suspicious people, there's only one person on my list. Need to find something that connects him to Selena. This will help us identify Miss Sprocket's fiance.
Take that!
Please take a look at this photo, Your Honor.
That photo.
Notice Miss Sprocket's pocket watch. Haven't you seen it somewhere before?
Yes, now that you mention it, I do feel as if I've seen it somewhere before.
I believe we've all seen it. Right here in this very courtroom.
Impossible!
That's right. The pocket watch in this photo
Oh goodness, look at the time.
is the same pocket watch Mr. Nichedy has on him right now. Oh my.
What?
This is clear proof of a strong connection between Pierce Nichedy and Selena Sprocket.
No.
Well, Mr. Nichedy, is this true?
Mr. Nichedy, you were the one engaged to Selena Sprocket. That pocket watch, you keep it as a memento of her, don't you? Mr. Nichedy, you plan to rob Mr. Sprocket of his loved one. to make him feel the same pain as you. Isn't that right? But Miss Sprocket managed to fight back and knocked Mr. Gloomsbury unconscious. You thought Mr. Gloomsbury was dead and hid his body in the lantern. But then you noticed Gloomsbury regained consciousness. And so you finished him off to prevent your plan from being exposed. This is the defense's take on what really happened in this murder case.
Mr. Wright, does this mean you officially wish to accuse this witness of the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury?
Does the defense accuse Mr. Nichedy of the murder? Yes. The defense indicts Pierce Nichedy on the charge of murdering Dumas Gloomsbury.
Oh my! Mr. Nichedy, would you care to respond?
Man, this lawyer just yaps on and on and on. As you guessed, this watch is a memento of Selena. It stopped working at the time of the accident, though.
Then you really are.
Yes, I was Selena's fiancé, and not just her fiancé, but the surgeon behind her deathbed.
Objection!
Mr. Nichedy, why didn't you tell me any of this before? Shut it, you useless prosecutor. I thought you could be of use, but apparently this case was too much for you. What did you say? Oh, you got Edgeworth on your case now.
Buddy, you shouldn't have done that.
You shouldn't have done that. You're about to get double teamed. If your office hadn't stuck its nose all up in this, I could have swept it under the rug. Not only did you interfere with the case, but you even let me fall under suspicion. Just that's because you kept trying to cover things up on the sly. Ugh.
But covering things up wasn't your only involvement. The person who had a motive to use the victim to try and kill Miss Wyatt was you.
Ugh.
Huh.
Oh. Is it
Malignant.
malignant tumors? There are malignant tumors in this courtroom. Lesions oozing with false charges. The tumors are one idiotic lawyer and one useless prosecutor. After the truth is revealed, I'll have the both of you incised?
Incised?
Incised from the legal world.
I think it's like incision. Oh, like cut it away.
Ah. I'd like to see you try. With the power of the Sprocket family, it'd be a cinch.
I
I will now begin the operation.
What in the world happened to Mr. Nichity?
It looks like he's finally showing his true colors.
We found the assassin. The Bowie assassin is in front of us.
Nick! Look what he did to that shoulder mech!
Quit your yapping before I suture your chatty lips shut.
It's like he's a completely different person.
Sure looks like it. Can't let our guards down now. Mr. Nichity, it's finally time for you to testify. To the truth.
It seems we are entering the final act at last. Witness, your testimony, please.
Excellent testimony.
Mr. Nichity, why didn't you say anything? Huh? Ah! He just took a picture of me! Or something.
Oh my gosh. Are they saying his hair is part of the bones of his skull?
That might be a medical condition.
And he just exposed everyone to radiation, by the way, too.
Isn't that a crime?
I mean, in order to get
That's a crime.
X-rays, I did a little bit of research because that was one of my first majors I went for. So I did a little bit of research. It's not a lot of radiation to get an X-ray, but it's still, you're subjecting people to radiation.
Yeah, exactly.
You want me to voluntarily testify, hoping I will make a slip of the tongue. Not a very impressive plan. Or brain, I might add.
Ow! That was uncalled for.
If you want to know something, you ask the question. I will answer, but I have no intentions of making any voluntary statements on my own.
What's he trying to do, Nick?
He's using the silent treatment as his strategy to avoid getting tripped up.
Holy shit, it took 6 games for someone to actually plead the 5th.
Actually, not quite. There was technically, what is it? The second game? Oh, blast it all. What was their name? The assistant to Matt Ungard?
Oh, her?
Yeah.
Did she use a silent treatment?
She refused to testify. She had a right to not self-incriminate. But Edgeworth tried to, I don't know. I think it was Edgeworth was able to get her to testify against something that should not have incriminated her.
That's right. Okay.
Blast it all. What was her name?
I forgot her name, but she was she was Matt Ungard's like kind of secretary. She was the one that was messing around with Shelley DeKiller's card.
Yeah. Oh, darn it, what was her name? What was her name? I can't remember.
Clever guy.
No more lies, Mr. Nickety. You will tell us nothing but the truth from now on. Arrgh! What do you think you're doing? No one asked you to speak. Just keep quiet over there and play with your frills. Adrian Andrews. Thank you, Jordan.
Ah, that's it.
How dare you?
Well, this is a rather unconventional situation, but please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
If he won't speak voluntarily, then I guess I'll just have to ask him something. What question should I ask?
Reason for killing Gloomsbury, grudge on Sorin, actions on the day of the crime.
That sounds like the only one that might get us anywhere. On the day of the incident, you were constantly surrounded by your subordinates. Is that right?
Absolutely. I was in someone's line of sight at all times. After all, I was busy taking care of every detail of the event. Mr. Edgeworth, I believe your investigation backs up my claims. Humph. I got statements that said groups of his subordinates worked with him in rotation. So he was always with someone. As the prosecutor just said, I couldn't even get close to the lantern containing Gloomsbury by myself, let alone kill him.
Pierce didn't have a chance to get close to the victim alone, huh?
Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony?
I mean, the body's right there, right?
Oh. In theory, yeah, the body should be inside there.
We'll have him at it.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have that statement added to his testimony.
Very well.
But is that enough, though? Because, I mean, there's still... He's not mistaken, but all eyes are on the bride and groom. Although, there's fog. There's the murder weapon is right behind them.
Indeed.
I'm gonna try it.
The opportunity is there. Let's give it a shot. Mr. Nichity testified that he was always with someone at the time of the incident. And never had a moment alone to commit the crime.
Yes, and the police investigation backs up that statement, doesn't it?
But there was an opportunity, in fact. One and only one. A moment where Mr. Nichity could have killed Mr. Gloomsbury without anyone noticing anything.
What?
And the one thing that made that moment possible is shown here in this photograph.
With all those people watching, I couldn't have possibly committed murder. Do not believe him, Your Honor. This lawyer is a magnificent, malignant tumor. He wants to infect this judicial body. Mr. Nichity, I would ask that you keep quiet this time. We need to evaluate the defense's claim. Edgeworth he is done with him. Edgeworth is so done with his shit. Look at that face. He's
you
like,
made an enemy of the wrong man, Mr. Nichidi.
he's like, Phoenix, have at him. Have at him, Phoenix. And your yammering only serves to throw further suspicion your way. Ugh. Mr. Wright, let's see this one thing you mentioned. But be warned, this had better not be one of your offhanded claims.
Who do you think you're talking to, Mr. Edgeworth?
Phoenix knows as well. He got Edgeworth's side backing.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please point out for us the one thing that made it possible, that made the moment of the murder possible.
That one moment when it was possible for Mr. Nichidi to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. The one thing that made that single moment possible is this.
Okay, I got two things. Everyone's attention on here or the fog.
I think it'd be specifically the fog.
Take that!
The one thing that made the moment of murder possible is this thick fog that engulfed the entire reception hall. It is under the cover of this fog that Mr. Nichidi murdered the victim.
Man, what happened?
Oh man, am I hungover? Bang!
Bam! Now I'm dead.
What?
Mr. Nichidi was standing right next to the lantern that Mr. Gloomsbury was in. This was the only moment the murder could have been committed without being seen.
How would people not hear his scream? He hit it at the side of his head. That will probably take him out.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, he was already kind of dazed from the first hit that stunned him.
Mm-hmm.
Objection!
I can accept that there was a moment when the witness was obscured by others by fog. But that doesn't prove Mr. Nichidi killed the victim at that very moment. You can't prove the crime was committed during the reception. No, if you can't prove the crime was committed during the reception, the trial ends here.
I was so caught up in finding a foothold that I forgot to think that far ahead.
Well done, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to call this trial's time of death. Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove the murder happened during the reception? Don't even bother! His claims are dead on arrival. Victory is within our grasp, prosecutor! Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation.
Edgeworth.
Enough of this! Your Honor, this trial is over!
No, Mr. Nichidi. That is it. That is for me to decide. Mr. Wright, can you prove it? Can you prove that the murder was committed during the wedding reception?
Why is there no verdict yet? The lawyer's obviously out of answers! The prosecutor, the judge, they're all infected! They're malignant stupidity is so advanced, not even the best surgeons can save them. In fact, not even a brain transplant can cure them. This court is inflicted with idiocy. It's a pandemic.
Objection!
Mr. Nichity, that's enough already.
Finally ready to give up, are you?
No, just the opposite exactly. Actually, I'll prove the murder was committed during the reception by you.
Ark! You'll prove it?
Can you really, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. To be honest, I don't know exactly how I'll do that just yet. But if I want to get to the truth, Edgeworth was talking about, I just have to find that way.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. Let's have your proof.
Enough of this foolishness! He's just bluffing! Stop him from speaking, Your Honor!
I will do nothing of the sort.
You are just as you're just a district.
What did he say?
You're just a district court judge with the power of the Sprocket family.
Enough of your foolishness, Mr. Nichity.
You made a enemy of the judge. Your ass is screwed.
This judicial body will not succumb to the influence of money or power.
Now then, let's hear it, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your truth.
Think, Phoenix. Remember everything you've learned so far. You can do this. You can find definitive evidence that will lead us to the truth. Think, Phoenix. How can I prove the murder took place during the wedding reception? If Pierce committed the murder during the reception, he had to have used
The murder weapon.
Yes, a weapon that was used to strike the victim twice. According to the autopsy report, the victim was hit by the same object both times. So without a doubt, Pierce used it to commit the murder. The weapon used to kill Gloomsbury was...
The timekeeper. Just answering the same thing twice, but okay.
If Pierce struck the victim during that one single moment, then he must have been using the timekeeper. Come to think of it, wasn't it also used for something else during the reception?
The key.
During the reception, the timekeeper was also used for...
The first startup of love.
Yeah. The timekeeper had been activated. That's right. The timekeeper had been activated during the reception. If we activate the timekeeper again now and find any trace of evidence of the murder, that would be conclusive proof that Gloomsbury was killed during the reception. A special ceremony took place during the reception in question.
What kind of special ceremony?
It was called the first startup of love. Apparently, the couple activated the timekeeper for the first time during it.
Does that mean the timekeeper here in evidence isn't activated at the moment? And what happened if we were to activate it?
Why don't we see for ourselves? It would give us a chance to examine it. And while we're at it, we might just find some conclusive evidence.
What?
No, you can't activate it.
Mr. Nichity, keep quiet, or I'll have you thrown out of the courtroom.
Wouldn't that help him?
By the way, Mr. Wright, this is supposed to be a time machine, right?
No, I don't think that would help his case. I think he would be in jail.
I guess so.
We aren't going to travel back in time to the Stone Age or anything, are we?
I don't think we have to worry too much about that, Your Honor.
Darn, I was hoping to relive my glory days. I mean, good. I'm still a little nervous nonetheless, but the truth must be known. Very well. Go ahead and start up the timekeeper.
Do you know how, Nick?
I think so. Maybe.
The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was!
Let's see. I think the symbol of the groom's love must be the timekeeper itself. What symbol of love, or what symbol of love what symbol of the bride's love would fit together with the timekeeper? Oh, I know. That has to be it.
Mr. Wright. Are you ready to activate the time machine now?
Yes, Your Honor. The symbol of the bride's love that is necessary for activating the timekeeper is...
The key of love.
Take that!
Once we set this in place, we can activate the timekeeper.
I don't think that was right.
Set it in place where? It doesn't look like it fits anywhere.
Of course, the locket.
You don't think so? Not even if we kind of jammed it in?
Mr. Wright, you know what's coming, don't you?
A penalty, Your Honor.
I'm glad you understand. Now that will save us some time.
Alright. I better take another good look at what I've got to work with. Symbol of the bride's love.
Take that!
Miss Wyatt's pendant is the symbol of the bride's love that's necessary for activating the timekeeper.
What? Then does that mean you can start it up with Miss Wyatt's pendant?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Very well. Please try it now, Mr. Wright.
Okay. Here I go. First, I have to figure out where the pendant goes. The other side? Yeah, that's it.
Right there.
No.
Oh, whoop.
Do you not see where the first gear is? Okay, I'll show you. Just get
Oh,
through
right
that
there.
Yeah, on the opposite side it's missing. Or wait. Oh, never mind, actually. This hole looks like a good spot. I'll try setting the pendant in there.
It's a sprocket.
It fits. This must be the right spot. Now to find a place to insert the key. The hole in the middle of the pendant. Could it be?
Oh.
Oh.
It worked! The timekeeper's been activated! Now I have all the... Now all I have to do is prove that the crime was committed during the reception.
Oh my
might
gosh.
prove
He's knocked over. She doesn't know what's going on.
I think I found it. Conclusive evidence that the murder was committed during the wedding reception.
This thing is really cute.
It is neat. Just as I suspected, there's evidence of murder inside the timekeeper, Mr. Nichidi. The timekeeper was only activated and opened during the wedding reception, right?
No! Stop!
So that means... This is conclusive proof that the crime was committed during the reception. After you killed the victim under the cover of the fog. You closed the timekeeper to hide the bloodstain, didn't you?
No! You're wrong! Ellie killed Gooseberry! It wasn't me, I tell you! Give it up, Mr. Nichidi. How could the defendant, who was in the middle of pledging her love, have possibly committed the murder with everyone watching her? It was the family! Yes, all the family members conspired together to kill him!
There's no way you could talk your way out of this, Mr. Nichidi. During the reception, during that one dreamlike moment, only one person could have used the timekeeper to beat the victim to death.
I object. No, you don't. Does anyone speak now or forever hold your peace? Boom.
And that one person was you, Pierce Nichidi.
Let's see his breakdown. No, this isn't over yet. I won't give up. Oh no, I cut the artery. This stupid thing. You must stop bleeding now. Give me forceps. Forceps, I said. Hey, where's everyone? Fine, I'll manage this alone. I'll buy it all by myself. I can fix anything, repair anything. So you have to get better. You have to live. You must. I would have been able to save her if only I hadn't listened to her. If only I had treated her first. If only that Sorin hadn't been there. Ah! Selena! No! And then he died.
That was a tragic one.
It's just a tragic case all around.
Hmm. Witness, are you finally ready to tell us the truth?
My bad. It's just as the lawyer deduced.
So it was all a revenge scheme against Sorin Sprocket?
Do you have any idea how hard it is to lose someone you love right in front of you? Selena's condition was clearly more critical than Sorin's, but in spite of that, she said,
Please help Sorin.
Miss Sprocket's last words. So that's what she really meant by those words.
I was able to grant her wish, but at the price of her life.
So you got a job with Sprocket Aviation and waited for your chance to get revenge. You got close to Mr. Gloomsbury and hatched this plot. Is that right?
Gloomsbury already bore a grudge against Sorin. So when I tempted him with an even better position, he immediately took the bait. He was your accomplice, someone who shared the same goal as you. Why was it necessary for you to kill him? I didn't expect Sorin to strike Gloomsbury out on the Vista deck. I certainly never imagined he'd make his way there along the outside wall.
Sorin's love is the real deal after all.
My plan had been compromised, so for the time being, I hid his body in the lantern and tried to think of my next move.
And then Mr. Gloomsbury came to during the second wedding reception.
As soon as I saw Gloomsbury, I instantly hit upon an idea. To pin the blame of Gloomsbury's murder on Ellen. You try to break up the couple by making the bride out to be a murderer. How despicable. Sorin was getting the company and a wedding. Both things that were supposed to be Selena's. He took every happiness from her. Who's the despicable one here? Do you think what you did would make her happy? I know it wouldn't. But I couldn't just stand by, watching Sorin enjoy his happiness. I was going to have Sorin taste the same pain I had, and then take over Sprocket Aviation. I would take back from him all of the happiness that was rightfully Selena's. Time stopped for me on the day I lost her. Just like this pocket watch of hers.
Pierce.
Miss Wyatt.
I believe Selena would have said, leave this ill will behind. Your time is yours to live.
It's too late for me. Time will never advance for me ever again. What? It can't be. I see now, Selena. What I did was wrong.
I see no need to further continue this trial. Bailiff, please take Mr. Nichity away.
Pierce Nichity. Another inconsolable time traveler. Another inconsolable time traveler who lived in his time that stood still.
Now then, I must render my verdict regarding the defendant.
Your Honor, before you give your ruling, would you please allow me a moment?
Very well.
Ellen, there's something I need to say to you.
Yes, Sorin?
I've put you through something truly horrible. This whole thing happened all because of me. I would understand if you wanted to call off our marriage.
What? Of course not! I never once thought of that!
If you stay with me, you will only face even more trying times in the future.
What do you mean?
The truth of this incident and the car accident before it. I'm going to tell the public everything. I expect the company's reputation will suffer, and I'll take a lot of criticism. But I feel I can only really start over once I get everything out in the open.
Sorin.
After all that's happened, I might not have the right to ask you this, but... well, how should I say this? Maybe I'll just... Oh. A life with me probably won't be very easy, but... will you marry me?
Yes, of course.
Your Honor, thank you for this time. Please continue with your ruling.
Very well. But first I have one question. Do the two of you pledge your eternal love for each other to the goddess of justice, Themis?
I do, Your Honor.
I do.
Does the prosecution or defense have any objections?
I didn't know the judge was ordained.
Yeah, it was a side gig. It was a side gig of mine.
Very well, Your Honor. No. No objections here.
I think he said well done.
Oh.
The defense has no objections either, Your Honor.
This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Ah, that's not right. This court finds the defendant, Ellen Sprocket, not guilty. This court is adjourned.
We won!
Ellen, Sorin, congratulations.
Mr. Wright, I can't thank you enough. If you hadn't exposed the truth, Sorin and I wouldn't be.
But now you can finally start your new life together, right?
Oh, thank you!
Mr. Wright, we'll be holding our real wedding ceremony in the near future. Would you do us the honor of coming to it? I want you to witness our fresh start.
Of course. I wouldn't miss that for the world. And Ellen, this time, it'll finally be happily ever after, right?
Oh, yes!
The two of you have persevered and overcome this trial together. Now, no matter what obstacle comes your way, I'm sure you'll be able to handle them. And there's another thing I'm sure of too. This person will always be watching over the two of you. I think you need the profiles.
You
Oh,
can't.
well, actually that works.
Take that!
Selena. Yes, I think you're right. And we promise to live life to the fullest for Selena's sake. Right, Sorin?
That's right. Well, we better be on our way.
Yes, my love.
Haha. Wow. The old threshold carry, huh? Way to show off.
We'll be seeing you. Goodbye for now.
I'll be looking forward to that wedding.
Hold on tight, Ellen.
You better believe I will. I'm never letting go of you. Or I'm never going to let you go.
My people need me.
Just a crashing sound. Mr. Wright, did something happen to the roof? No, don't worry. It's not that bad.
Not bad.
There they go.
You're not thinking of going to that wedding by yourself. Oh, that's, Oh. You're not thinking of going to that wedding by yourself, are you, boss?
You're taking us too, right?
Oh, boy! I bet there's going to be all kinds of fancy food there.
Athena? When did you get here?
Just now. I would have been here to cheer you guys on earlier, but Trissy never gave me a chance to slip away.
You're going to be in even bigger trouble with her later. Speaking of the wedding, maybe I should ask them to invite Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth? Really? But he thought Ellen was guilty all the way to the end.
That may be true, but
Don't even bother. His claim is dead on arrival. Victory's with your grasp, prosecutor. Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation.
if he hadn't stood up for us when he did, the trial probably would have ended there.
You mean Mr. Edgeworth gave us that chance?
Maybe. Though knowing him, I doubt he'd ever tell even if I asked.
Well then, if that's how you feel about it, Nick, then why not try to get him invited?
Hey, Maya! Have you ever tried to catch the bouquet?
What? No.
I've never either. No, I never have either. Fighting over a bouquet has that's been tossed by the bride. Talk about a fierce competition. I'm totally stoked.
I'm not sure it's really supposed to be all that competitive.
Just Athena just wrecks everyone else in there. I'm a pretty good jumper, so I think I've got a chance.
She's definitely missing the point of the whole thing. And Larry, how did you manage to stay so quiet for so long?
Shut up! Wishing the lady you fell in love with every happiness is what a real man does.
I'm pretty sure that relationship was over before it even began, Larry.
Darn it all! If only I was 10 years younger, things would have gone differently. Hands of time, why won't you turn back from me? Goodbye, Larry.
Today is Ellen and Soren's third wedding ceremony and reception. I heard the bride and groom insisted it be on the Flying Chapel again. In the end, they were nice enough to invite me and Maya. And Athena kind of invited herself. They also invited Edgeworth, Emma, and even Larry.
Why?
I guess Larry is the one who brought them to Phoenix.
I guess.
They say the third time's the charm, right?
They got a hell of a story to talk about. They have 3 receptions.
That's a story. That's a story I wish I could be there to hear the kids' reaction to. I really do hope it's happily ever after for them this time around. Still, I get the feeling it's going to be one rowdy party.
Edgeworth seems to be the type that can't handle his alcohol.
Ready when you are. Okay, here we go.
Let's see.
Is that Emma in a dress?
Larry!
Hey! Look who's next! Huh?
Haven't you ever heard of ladies' priest?
I'm truly blessed to have you.
And Larry was killed at the end of that. Edgeworth tried to warn him. We got random art jump scare. All right. Well, GCD, it's been fun.
It has.
All right, guys. Thank you all so very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it.
Hey, you know, I thought of something.
What's
Since the hexology is over, what do you think were some of the better moments?
Some of the better moments. I don't know. I mean, this series, I adore this series. So, I guess, like having you try, like play them for the first time, for at least the first 3, was a really fun experience.
Technically, I was blind on all of these. Well, you were at the later half.
Exactly. So it was fun to get be in the same like what's the word for it? Being the same like level as you, like figuring it out all at the same time.
I'd say these these later 3 games were fun to play for the characters.
Oh yeah, the characters really shine here. I think we've talked about it a little bit, but I feel as if the series kind of declined, in my opinion. Like after the 3rd game was over, it could be just it could be just me being like grouchy old fan, you know, like nothing could be as good.
I agree. The stories were not as captivating as the first 3 games.
Although I do think the individual cases, though, on their own, they do have a lot of fun things going for them.
Oh yeah, I will say, out of all 6 games, LaBelle was my favorite character to voice.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
my favorite character, but my favorite character to voice.
I will say Spirit of Justice probably my favorite of the second trilogy.
You think so?
I'm
I'm leaning towards Dual Destinies, personally.
Dual Destiny. Let me see. Let me see here. Dual Destinies, the final was a lot of fun.
It was.
And I did like how 4 and 5 kind of just was one big case like that. That was pretty cool. I like the tackling of the Dark Age of the Law. That was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit of Justice, SOJ, I kind of like that one. I like the Revolution plotline, although I felt as if it really took a lot of time to get going.
I can understand that.
Actually, no, I think I'm gonna go back with Dual Destinies, probably my favorite of the trilogy.
I'm still angry this game never gave us a Juniper X Apollo moment.
I know, right?
This whole you had 2 games to do that, and we didn't get nothing.
And then I feel as if Paulo Justice wasn't my. Oh, there's no special stuff for Paulo.
Yeah, it's just some scaled up sprite. Well, not even scaled up. Looks like redrawn sprites.
Yeah, I thought Apollo was a fun game. I thought it was a fun series.
You seem to have fun voicing that prosecutor.
I did. I felt as if his voice changed every single time.
Maybe a little bit here and there.
My favorite.
There were the weird words. Yeah, I'll give you that.
There was a lot of weird words. I really enjoyed Black Quill.
Oh, Black Quill was cool.
I loved voicing Black Quill. But no, this has been fun. This has been a lot of fun. Just want to let y'all know as well. I'm going to be taking a little bit of break of this channel, probably for the next couple months or so. Just giving y'all a heads up. But until then, you're still doing stuff, right, GCD, for a little bit?
For like maybe another month or so, then I'm going to be taking like a year off.
Ah, there you go. I will be around, but yeah, I'll still be around here and there. So y'all don't have to worry.
Let me know when you're ready to play another Ace Attorney game.
Oh yeah, I'll hit you up, dude. I have what's it called? The prequel games.
The Chronicles?
Yeah, Chronicles.
I think those will be fun.
They should be fun. Anyway, guys, until next time, thank y'all so very much, and I will see y'all next time. Peace.
Until next time.